so sorry, YouTube. You guys just missed like an hour because I'm an idiot and I was trying to get some stuff together last minute. I sincerely apologize, but welcome in, YouTubers. But anyway, as we were saying, we were talking about Chris Chan. Eventually got to the point where he came out as trans, which is fine. But then he came out and got arrested for assaulting his mother and talking about it. Sexually assaulting his mother, who was disabled at the time as his father had passed away probably 6 or 7 years ago. And he was arrested for it. Well, they found out that there was a ring of people online that would act as his girlfriend or friends to get close to him and then manipulate him into doing really fucked up things. And one of them was manipulating him into believing he was trans, which is really fucked up. And then manipulating him into sexually assaulting his mother. And let's just say the people that did it are not pro-trans at all. They're anti-trans. That's why they found it so funny. And the ringleader was a woman who was a grad student at Texas A&M. So, like, we're not talking about some, like, massive fucking loser here. We're talking about a person that had a career. Like, and had been doing it for 5 years. She, like, faked being his girlfriend and would, like, essentially constantly bombard him, asking him when he was gonna sexually assault his mother. It's so fucked up. YouTube is not Bethesda. It doesn't just work. True. Absolutely true. But yeah, absolutely fucked up situation. I will say though, there's a lot of bad energy around like Chris Chan now just because of that kind of stuff. But what's so funny, is that essentially, like, so he has like these medallions he makes, right? And you can buy them from him. It's like, or her, I forget what they identify now. I feel like that they transitioned to a woman and then transitioned back, but I can't quite remember, so apologies if I'm misgendering, I don't mean to. But they're cursed, exactly. Apollo knows, they're cursed. There have been multiple streamers who have bought them and worn them on stream, and within 6 to 8 months, either their streaming career has been ruined because they've been outed for doing something terrible or unlucky, or in real life, they've had something really bad happen to them. It's actually crazy. Hara Sonichu merch win? Not anytime soon, man. Yo, welcome in, Cool Cody. Cool Lil Cody, my mistake. Welcome in, how you doing, dude? Hey, I killed you on Tarkov Reserve. I just want to say hi. Oh, yeah, I remember. I was about to say, I was like, I'm pretty sure I've seen that name before. I'm pretty sure I got murdered. Okay, I gotta ask Cody, if I'm not mistaken, how many of there were you left? Because I thought that there were 3 of you, and if I can't remember, I think I killed 2 of you. This might sound weird, but I've died to a lot of 3-mans in the past few days. But thank you for stopping by, dude. How you doing? And he was sad because you had nothing? Yeah, but that must have been the Keter run. I do a lot of funny Keter runs, cool. Because I really like the gun. The game before you killed me, I killed 3 PMCs with a kitted RPD, and then the 4th guy in their squad killed me. So it was a day of dying to squads, the last few days. But I hope your raids have been good. I hope you've been having a good wipe. Speaking of, I might have something really big for Tarkov in the works right now. I'm working with Hestia, to get a fun little tournament together for streamers, and we're working really hard on it. Hey Fletcher, hey Jordan, I'm so sorry YouTube, I completely forgot to hit the go live button. Hope you guys are doing well. We haven't started the discussion on Firearms just yet, but we will be starting very soon. Have you heard that Disney tried trademarking the Day of the Dead? No, I haven't, but I'm not surprised. I did hear, though, that Pokemon lost their lawsuit against Pal World, which is nice. The Christian medallions of the Aztec artifacts of the modern era, they really are. It's kind of crazy. But yeah. It's, yeah. It's interesting. If you put on a medallion, do you turn into the mask? No, I think you just have, like, the worst fate ever happen to you, frankly. But I was curious. I was like, I wonder if I could gift one to the Pope. And if so, like, what, like, who wins? Does the Pope's holy power win, or does the Christian curse defeat the Pope? And after I asked that for the first time, the Pope died, like, 2 weeks later. So I think we know the answer to that question. They would make a good white elephant gift. It would be even funnier if you gifted someone that has no idea what they are. Like, you know what I mean? Like, them actually being like, I don't know what this is. You having to, like, explain. It comes with a DVD. The medallion for the white elephant would come with a DVD of the 72-hour Chris Chan documentary. Aren't they like 3K on eBay or something? I wouldn't be surprised if the legitimate ones are. Great experiment to find out if it's a placebo. I mean, it might be. Okay, other news. Speaking of funny internet people, well, actually really shitty internet people. Did y'all see that shit with Dr. Disrespect? That shit is crazy. Did anybody see that? Did anybody hear about that? That is, I'm blown away about that. So, the two-timer, not only on his wife, but also apparently with children, Dr. Disrespect, essentially posted a picture, like, probably a week ago, or in the past week, I guess, that was him having a pass for an event for High Guard. Is it called High Guard? Is that the name of it? The new game that came out? And essentially saying that he got invited to, like, their press, like, partnership thing. And people freaked the fuck out because they were like, yo, like, why are you inviting literally a pedophile, which is a term, granted, thrown around a lot these days, but he's legitimately one, and a serial douchebag to your event. And the event organizers were like, we didn't give him one. He fucking got a fake one. He made a fake one and posted it online. Like, how lame is that? How incredibly lame is that? You had to fake getting invited to an event because you are so unliked. Is a shit that makes sense in any year. You're not wrong. Look, okay, I'll be honest. I thought him getting shit on for the bathroom thing was a bit over the top, and I thought it was hilarious. Personally. Him, like, being in the men's bathroom and, like, at TwitchCon or whatever, I didn't think that was that big of a deal. Obviously, everything after that I thought was a massive deal. Yeah, so essentially at TwitchCon, like, it was like an intro to his stream, is how they started it at TwitchCon. Like, and it was this guy with, it was like his camera guy walking into the men's bathroom while people were in there, granted, going to the bathroom, and filmed one of the closed stalls, and Dr. Disrespect, like, poked his head above the stall door and was like, hey, everybody, welcome in. And that's how he started stream. And people were like, oh my god, like, that is so fucked up. And I'm like, look, if I was in that bathroom, would I be pissed off? Absolutely. Is it the worst thing ever? No, not really. It's not like he walked up to someone at a urinal and tried to have a conversation with them or film their penis or something. Like, come on, man. I think people found out it was an AI photo too. AI wasn't a thing when that happened. That was like 2018. It might have been edited, but... Oh, the pass. Yeah, that was probably AI. I wouldn't be surprised. This is the drama stream? Nah, it's just chatting. There's a lot of wild stuff going on the internet lately. I thought it'd just be fun to talk about. Because it's, I mean, it is really inconsequential drama. Well, I guess not for, I mean, it is inconsequential for Dr. Disrespect, but it is, like, he is still a massive shithead. That's not inconsequential. Internet needs to chill. We've been saying that since, like, 2015, my guy. That is never happening. Not happening anytime soon. Hara's my source for all internet news. That's a good thing. If you don't see any of this bullcrap, you will miss out on so much. Which is a good thing. Again, like, internet drama, like, is, like, brain melting. Oh, thank you, Jordan. That's really sweet. Anything new with the virtual museum tours? I have a couple ready and lined up. It will just be, like, the first few are gonna be simple. It's gonna be us just going through, like, what they provide as a virtual experience. Which is usually just, like, you know, a big, cool 3D layout of their museum with, like, plaques and stuff turned into text and stuff like that. A Leviathan, a Dustin, which is gonna be pretty simple. I'm saving them, for bigger events, yeah, bigger future events. But we will be starting them. Once I get that first big event going, then we will start regularly doing it. Gone are the early internet days. These days I regularly have to disconnect and go achievement hunt in a game or something. Don't need the negativity. That's what I'm saying. I really do kind of miss the early internet in, like, the 2010s and 2015s, where, like, a lot of people on the internet were really positive. Like, it was just all about joking around, having a ton of fun in the early internet. It has been massively warped since then into this, like, kind of uncontrollable monster of, like, divisiveness and anger that is really disappointing. And I think it started before COVID. Like, the whisperings of it were starting before COVID, but COVID really kicked it off. Hey, Strider, it's going well. How you doing? People just eventually found out how easy it is to be a hater, sadly. I entirely agree. Something I've been thinking about for a while, and something that is really sad, is people on the internet, not everybody, of course. I mean, this is just a general statement, but a lot of people on the internet, and honestly, it's a little bit of American society these days. The only thing you can be that's worse than a terrible person, including a murderer, a sexual assaulter, or a PDF file, is being cringe. I'm not kidding when I say that. You can be the worst person in the world, and you will still not get as much hate as someone that is just really cringy. And that is a really weird, sad aspect of social media and American culture right now, where, dear God, if you're a terrible person, but you better pray you're not cringe. You know what I mean? Wasn't it about science really early on? I mean, if we're talking like the base beginnings of the PC and like internet, it was literally just universities connected together, and even they had early message boards where they shot the shit and stuff like that. Nerds will always be nerds. Chuck roast quesadillas? Damn, nice. The only thing worse than having a bad opinion is having a reasonable opinion. I don't know about that, but, like, I really do believe with the internet, like, the worst thing you can be on the internet is cringe. You can literally be the worst person imaginable, and you'll have at least somebody fighting in your ring, but if you're cringe, it's over. You will get more death threats, more hatred, more just general ire than anyone that does the worst thing you can think of. I forget, like, what, namely, There's been multiple events that, like, explain that phenomenon that I don't quite remember, that I can't name off the top of my head, but there's been notable instances in the past 5 or 6 years where I'm just like, yeah. I mean, it's cringy as fuck, but why are we literally all dogpiling this person? Usually when I see something I cringe really hard at, I just move on, you know what I mean? I'm not in high school anymore. I didn't freak out. Like, I used to, like, judge people for watching things like Black Butler. But I'm much older now. If I cringe, I move on. That's really how it goes. This stream isn't very fun? What do you mean? It's not fun. It's just like mild conversation, bro. Much older now, Hara. It's been a year. It has been a year. That's what makes you smart, Hara. I think it's just wisdom from being 5,000 years old. Not really smart. I've just failed enough times where I'm like, hey, I know how that thing works. The conversation topics? Then give me a fun conversation topic. What do you want to talk about, Ember? Let's go. It's not me calling you out, by the way. I'm genuinely curious. What do you want to talk about? What's on your mind? I still got that reply girl bugging me. What can I say? What's up, Evan? This winter storm this year, though, I've been begging for it. The whole week off so far has been a godsend. The new JJK has been insane. I don't want to spoil anything, but the Maki fight was so sick. I loved it. I loved all the Kill Bill references, too. 5,000 years old, able to keep fit, impressive. I don't know about fit. I will fully admit, I'm a little pudgy. A goddess is not meant for manual labor. It's 60 degrees here where I live. I am so jealous. The high for the past, like, 4 days has been 35. I got Jagira, but if everything goes well, thank you for the lurk. All my friends are JJK haters. Chat, are they wrong? Yes, no. As someone that has read the manga, it can get appropriate hate, honestly. There's a lot of JJK that's like, it's all hype and aura. Really, Fox? That's crazy. How I take 45, now it's 1 degree. Holy shit, I didn't say 45, I said 35. But, yeah, 1 is crazy. To be fair, though, where I live, my summers reach 100 miles per hour, 100 degrees, so. Trying to convince the people running the museum I work at to give virtual tours. Ooh, that's a good topic. Okay, so there is a convention. Here's something fun to talk about, history related. There we go. You got me talking, Ember. There you go, buddy. There is a yearly national conference for museum professionals every year. And next year, I think I'm going to try to give a presentation and talk on it. And I want my focus to be on the virtual space in museums. I really want to focus on it. Like the things that museums could do and work into and foray into with things like 3D VR, things like that. Like imagine charging a virtual ticket, like let's say $5, and somebody could take a virtual museum tour using their Oculus Rift of your museum. Just all you need is high definition scams. It'd be really easy. Yeah, AAM. Yeah. Exactly, Professor Knapp. I'm actually planning on going this year, so I'm just not presenting. But yeah, you can really do really fun stuff with it. You can also just straight up make virtual museums. It would have to be more data-based, and that's another conversation that's really big in the museum sphere right now, is like, can a museum be a museum if all you have is digital content? Like digital artifacts, if that makes sense. That's honestly a really fun conversation we can have. How do you guys feel about that? Do you think it counts as a museum if it only has digital archives? That would be really cool, Amber. When I was in grad school, it's a great topic. It's very on point for right now in the museum field. A painting's still a painting, even if it's digital. Didn't they build one in Minecraft and ban books of people in countries with heavy censorship? I have no clue about that one. Only no, it's an archive at that point. Personally, I think it counts, but it needs to advertise itself as such. We're in a very digitized era, so definitely. Okay, so my opinion of it is that you have to have, look, you can have digital content and it be a museum, but it at least has to be like, you have to, okay, so it's like a really nuanced topic. My view, which I feel is pretty nuanced, is that you can have a digital museum, a purely digital museum, but it has to be a digitization of a physical museum that has physical items, if that makes sense. Because what's important to history and like, well, what makes museums important is not sharing history, in my opinion. What makes museums, I mean, it is an important facet, but that's not what makes a museum a museum. What makes a museum is having items that were at the events the museum is discussing. Right? Does that make sense? Does that make sense to everyone? So while I believe you can have a showcase, like a museum can share digital items and have digital, fully digital exhibits, I think that you must at least have some physical items that were first-hand witnesses. The artifacts must have been first-hand witnesses of the events you were discussing. Otherwise, what's the point of having a museum? Like, why call it a museum at that point? It could just be a Google Drive. Which has multiple exhibits then that discuss various issues. What do you mean by multiple exhibits? I'm fine with a place that does digital exhibits only. Because museums do that already. They have traveling exhibits where a lot of the traveling exhibits that you use from like the National or the Smithsonian. So if you're not a museum professional or you're not in the museum field, the Smithsonian prepares traveling exhibits. And essentially what it does is that it sends you scans of stuff that they have worked on in their panels, and you throw in, the museum that you work at throws in their items that they have that are relevant for the exhibit that the Smithsonian has created, right? And that includes scans of items from the Smithsonian. Obviously, I think those are important, and they're very useful. But yeah, essentially, like, my point is like, you can't have fully digital exhibits or things of items that you don't have. It's just that if to be considered a museum, in my opinion, you have to house at least physical artifacts that were at historical events. Otherwise, what's the point in calling it a museum? You're just like a warehouse. If you don't have the historical items and you have regular items, and if you have no physical items at all, you're just pretty much a database. Because, like, for example, I wouldn't call, what's that website called that saves, like, screenshots of old internet pages? I wouldn't call that a museum. I wouldn't call Wikipedia a museum. I hope that museums have virtual tours so that people who cannot travel far away can still use the cool historical stuff from the comfort of their home. I think that actually Vtubing has started something that could be very interesting for museums, which are virtual self-guided tours. And that's something else I want to talk about when I eventually do a presentation like that, is the viability of virtual self-guided tours, or even better, virtual tours that are given by a physical tour guide. So like kind of the idea of like you have a physical tour guide, an employee that works there, but you have a bunch of the virtual reality kind of robots that VTubers use at conventions and stuff, where people can essentially FaceTime an iPad after buying a ticket and follow the tour guide, or the tour guide controls it, to look around the museum. That way people don't have to pay travel costs and you still get ticket prices for the museum and stuff like that. Yes, the idea is to present a presentation or a paper on this stuff at a conference, yes. Oh, they're absolutely important for preservation. I agree, Amber. I just would not call them a museum. I agree, that is a facet as well, T. But you have to have physical items to preserve and protect the historical artifacts, in my opinion. Create interactive things with their characters. There have been some. Like, I know, I guess it wasn't a VTuber. Was he a VTuber? It might have just been a guy in a costume, but Chuck E. Cheese did one. I think Kellogg's did one with Tony the Tiger, if I'm not mistaken. Do you have a favorite museum? I don't think I do. Favorite museum. I don't know. I went to a lot in DC, and I didn't really have, like, a favorite. I just liked all of them. There's only one I disliked, and that was the one of natural history, because that felt more, geological and, like, dinosaur-ish, like, prehistory stuff, and I just didn't really, and, like, minerals, and I didn't care about it. What is Newseum? Later, Red. Hope to see you back on Friday. We'll be playing Fallout New Vegas. I don't think I've heard of the Newseum. What is that? Literally the best museum. I don't know what it'll tell me what it is. Just like, it was the best museum ever. The best. About the history of news? Oh, that's really interesting. Holy vague posting. Context are required to context. I'm holding up the context sign. The African American and Native American museums are really cool. I didn't get to go to those, but they do have a lot of interesting stuff to them. Ooh, that's a really cool pick, WHS. I like that. That's a really cool idea. I have my context hat on. You gotta give me context. That's what I'm saying. I'm pointing at the sign. Do you think AO3 is a museum? Age AO3? What's AO3? I feel like I know what that is, but I can't remember. They do, Strider. I went to the one in Pensacola, though, and they don't have shit for it. It's like just like a protected area. It's I think it's like a mini national park. Would Hara visit the Forbidden City and the museum over there? Are you talking about the museum of the first emperor in China? Is that what you mean? I would absolutely visit that one. That museum is so cool. That is actually one of my dream museums to visit. Oh, archive of our own? Oh, that's crazy. No. Imagine we have a Meowseum, museum for cats. I'm sure there's one somewhere. That's really cool, WH. That does sound really neat, actually. The National Air Force Museum. Later, Ben. Wait, is that actually a thing, Oda-san? That's crazy. Museum of Vtuber models? That's not a museum. That's just called a goon collection. Honestly, Evan, the reason I'd want to go to that museum is less for the terracotta soldiers and more for the Sword of the First Emperor, which is fucking sick. And also because of the layout of the museum is what I think is most interesting. The glass floor that lets you look down into the tomb is what makes it so interesting for me. The terracotta stuff is cool, don't get me wrong. But the fact, like, the layout of the museum is what makes it so engrossing, you know? It took a few years for the authorities to get to that? That's crazy. You really can just do any kind of grift in China and get away with it for like 5 years. Really? Interesting. I might have to look into that, T. You mind putting that in stream recommendations in the channel for me, or in the Discord for me? There's an AI content farm right now that's trying to spread the myth that the first emperor was 4'11". Why? What's the point? Like, what is the point of doing that? Who cares? Who cares what height he is, man? Okay, so we've been hanging out chatting for a bit. I think it's time to finally get into the topic for today. The Met in NYC is pretty good. That is a good pick. But speaking of the first emperor of China, we are going to start looking into my little discussion, our light discussion on the history of firearms and stuff like that. So let me get this pulled up real quick. Honestly, it should be ready to go. Boink. Okay, so just want to link up the location. Just like wrote down exactly what you put in the chat message, T. So, actually, let me get this actually changed. We're gonna make it smaller, because, like, I don't really need it this big. This will be my little slideshow for you guys. We'll put it right over here. Okay. So, yo, thank you for the 15 stream streak, Mega Shark. What's up, dude? So, yeah, we're gonna start a little, like, loose discussion. Now, what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna present us some time period topics. I got, like, only, like, 8 or 9 slides of pictures, and it's just pictures. And we're just gonna talk about, you know, stuff relating to the eras of firearms. So, if you have a comment that you'd like to introduce, or a little tidbit fact you'd like to throw into, I would love to see it. This is very general. But first, we're going to start off with the origin of firearms, which of course requires gunpowder. So, speaking of the first emperor of China, ironically, as a lot of Chinese inventions seem to be, the more and more I learn about Chinese inventions, it always seems to stem from one thing, right? And every time the Chinese discover something that has changed world history, it has been on accident. And it has only ever been done when they're trying to find the alchemic elixir of life. And that is exactly what happened with gunpowder. So, they were looking, and honestly, sounding like an ancient Chinese alchemist sounds so fucking sick. You literally just throw shit together as a job and just see if something does something cool. Like, that was like literally your job. And apparently a lot of different Chinese alchemists were using the core aspects of gunpowder, which I am now forgetting, and they later added saltpeter, but I wanted to say saltpeter for some reason. But essentially, they were looking for the elixir of life, and they accidentally made gunpowder. And the Chinese government realized its use, and they were like, hey, multiple alchemists for the emperor have accidentally exploded their houses trying to make the elixir of life with these ingredients. Maybe we could do something with this. And that was the beginning of gunpowder. Which is just crazy. I love that for human history. I love how silly mortals are. I love how silly little mortals are. They're literally like monkeys banging rocks together, but on a much more sophisticated scale. And, like, this just goes to show, like, it's not just related to past history. It's modern stuff, too. Where sometimes a lot of humanity's inventions are just like, I fucking hit one thing with another thing and it did this. It's really cool. We should refine this. Like, and that is literally how a lot of inventions began. They were the first chemists. It's not basically, they were. It was a natural evolution of holistic medicine. The fact that in the pursuit of immortality, they found another way to unalive people, which is the exact opposite. Exactly, and that is the irony in the situation of the creation of gunpowder. They were looking for a way of immortal life and unknowingly created a substance that would end billions of lives, which is just a crazy thought. And here I thought they were just trying to preserve food. Hi, Alchemist. Hi, Alchemist Oda-san. I need you. I noticed that you were trying to preserve food and blow up your house, much like my other 15 court alchemists. Could we maybe harness this? Maybe I want to preserve the memory of my mom by using that to blow her up before she makes me angry. I want to mix iron rust, aluminum powder, and silicon just so I can cook hot dogs with it. That does remind me, there is a guy on TikTok that plates plastic explosive. He like cuts with a knife and shit. But yeah. Alchemy, demon slaying, etc. Exactly. I mean, that was their role. They were like court sages and stuff like that. But yeah, so that was the beginning of gunpowder. And the first time that they harnessed it would be with this. And that is a fire lance. That is a fire lance is what that is. So essentially what it is literally a spear with what is essentially a really strong Roman candle on the end. Yo, thank you for the follow, Rap406. So I guess the idea is that you would stab somebody. It's like the opposite of a bayonet, how a bayonet is used today. You would stab somebody and then hit them with a flamethrower, I guess, was the idea. Also, kind of like as a way to, like, when you're getting charged at, use it for some extra range. Big noisemaker? It was not a noisemaker, dude. It was literally a flamethrower. Not a noisemaker. And you can tell that this was an early gun because they realized pretty early on that, hey, we could take shrapnel and put it in this thing and it hurts way more. So they started doing that. And now it would be, okay, I stab you. And then I pull the cord. And then you get hit with buckshot. Like, what seems to have been the early idea. Which is really, 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 really cool. I love that idea. And honestly, I feel like that's something that a lot of fantasy games kind of overlook, you know, like early firearms like this, which are just really fucking funny. But it's really neat. So something like a magnesium stick divers use to find sharks. I have no clue, brother. That I'm not a marine biologist. It definitely kind of is an Acme weapon. I can totally agree that it's an Acme weapon. My M90A1 can do the same thing? Really? Have we already done rocket on a stick? We are only doing firearms, not explosives. But I mean, this is pretty close. This is about as close as you can get to it. This is a claymore? This is a claymore on a stick? No, they put pellets in it. It shot projectiles. It is technically a firearm. You just don't like it because it's a bayonet. It is literally an extremely large, look, the ratio, the reason why it's a gun is because it's the opposite of later bayoneted firearms. We swap the size of the gun with the size of the bayonet. It's an invert. It's inverted. It's a 9mm stick. Damn right, Fire. Welcome in, buddy. So yeah, this was the first use of gunpowder. Now, something else I found, I know we're not talking about cannons because those aren't firearms. Actually, maybe they are. No, I feel like firearm, to me, firearm means something related that it's portable. You can hold it in your hands. Not, you know, a 3-ton naval cannon, personally. But you get what I mean. What's up, Jeffrey? You finally watch our stream. Let's go. We do stream this time every night, or every Wednesday and Friday, so. Yeah. Firearms, a gun you can hold. Okay, so hold on real quick. I think it was under gunpowder. The Chinese, like, named a cannon that they had that was fucking insane. It was so sick. It sounded like a legendary weapon drop. Let me find it real quick. It was like such an anime name. It was like the name of an anime finishing move. Hold on. And it's honestly really funny. Yeah, okay, so it was a cannon. A 14th century Chinese proto-cannon. Would anyone like to guess what they called it? Would anyone like to take a guess? We've already got a couple of guesses. Golden Dragon Cannon, Raging Demon. No, think way more literal. Think way more literal. It is like almost a literal name for it, but it is so sick. Buck Blaster? I don't know what you mean by that. Fire cannon. Okay, fire cannon, but like way more spruced up. So the first cannon was called the Flying Cloud Thunderclap Eruptor. What a sick fucking name, man. What a sick fucking name for a cannon. Why can't we name that shit on our fucking destroyers and stuff? Modern day stuff. Flying Cloud Thunderclap Eruptor. That is such a sick fucking name. I would just love the idea of an armed assailant breaking into my home, making his way to the second stair on my staircase, and seeing me up at the top holding a, I don't know, let's say an AK-50. You know, the 50 round AK? And me just going, meet my Flying Cloud Thunderclap Eruptor, and then just literally painting the entire inside of my house with his insides. That would be so fucking rad. The last thing he would hear would be me screaming out like a Shonen Pro tag, Flying Cloud Thunderclap Eruptor. Not as sick as the Throngler. What the fuck is the Throngler? Sounds more like a bad dragon product. Like, I'm gonna be honest. I know I'm gonna be bow-legged afterwards if I buy something called the Flying Cloud Thunderclap Eruptor. That thing definitely has a cum pump. Like, absolutely, easily. That is for true degenerates. Don't worry about it. The Throngler is a very dangerous weapon. Okay, I gotta look this up now. I swear to God, if this is porn, you're getting banned. No, it's not. What is this? Okay, that's a pretty good meme. The fewer words a magic sword's name has, the more dangerous it is. You don't want to be on the wrong end of Dark King Grootmore's Edge of Annihilation. Don't get me wrong, but you for sure don't want to be on the wrong end of something called the Throngler. The Throngler literally sounds like something that will be used to molest you. That is so fucking funny, though. Chad, you're using, like, 2010 Tumblr memes. I love it. What's up, Eric Dweck? I think I said that right. Welcome, man. How you doing? But yeah, that is so fucking funny. I love that. Okay, so now moving on from the Thunderclap, or the Flaming Cloud Thunderclap Eruptor. We actually have the actual first firearm. Which, honestly, to me, the first time I saw it, it looks like a Harry Potter wand. And honestly, I love the idea of wizards eventually in the Harry Potter universe changing to these, which was literally called a hand cannon. That was literally the name of them. They were literally called a hand cannon. As you can see at the bottom, they were made during the Ming Dynasty, which I think was like the 15th century, 14th, 15th century. Is that right? It might be earlier. It might be like 13th century. But literally, what this was is it is literally, it's like, from what I understand, you would literally just pack a tube, that little tube, full of gunpowder and shrapnel, and then light it. And then hold it like a wand at your enemy, and it would explode at them. And that is the whole idea of this contraption. So we went from scary sparkler on the end of a spear to Harry Potter wand, but it hits you with buckshot. And honestly, I love it. I fucking love it. It's so fucking sick. I want to go back to 15th century, well, actually, this is more like 13th century China, and be like, Avada Kedavra! And then literally blow a guy's face off with 4-gauge buckshot. I think that would be incredible, personally. I think that sounds like a great time. It's very much a case of what you get what's on the 10. Absolutely. Also, yeah, wrist breaker 3,000. Imagine getting a poorly made one that's gonna have, like, God's strongest. It's gonna have a Tomb's strongest M80 in your hand, is what that is gonna have. Like you are going to die if that explodes, right? No, I don't think it was split down the barrel. I think it was cast that way. So it ended around the Edo period of Japan, which began in 1600. Interesting. Yeah, I didn't save the dates for these. I just know they're in order of development. Ultimate concealed carry. Like, you can put out as many gun laws as you want, but you can bet your sweet ass that when a corrupt cop tries to harass me, I'm gonna pull out one of these fucking babies. Loaded with the ends of 15 metal forks that I stole out of my works silverware drawer. Sword, sure, Jeff. Sore. Sure thing, Jeff. Please ask me history questions. You can also just go to a random time in history, dropping the Hammer of Dawn in a random location, watch how that changes the future. Not wrong. The long, skinny portion of it is the handle? What are you talking about? Are you sure the barrel's the big end? Wait, no, you're right. It is. I can see it right now. So it's the opposite of a Harry Potter wand. It's like you're holding it backwards. So it's more like a club with an explosive. Is the fire dragon out of water a firearm? I think that's just called fireball whiskey, actually. Recoil probably wouldn't be all that bad. Black powder is relatively low pressure explosively compared to modern smokeless powder. You're not wrong. You are, in terms of actual realism, yes. And actually, these things had such short range because, again, it's just a fucking pipe with some fucking powder and buckshot. That these were actually used in close combat. So, like, essentially, you'd use them in melee. You'd be punching a guy, and then you'd whip it out and be like, bang! Pull it out of your pocket, just put it up to his fucking chest, be like, bang, bye-bye. What do you think is doing more damage to something, an M1 or a SAR cannon? What do you mean by a SAR cannon? I actually don't know what that is. Oh, it's one of these. I see. I think that would depend upon what you're firing on. I mean, they were also never used in war, which is another problem, so we don't even know if they're operable. It was intended to fire 800 kilogram stone grape shot. Wow. Trying to see an 800 kilogram visualization. barely find anything. That's still massive. I mean, if we're being honest, it's probably an M1. If we're just being entirely honest. It depends on what you're shooting at, but it's probably an M1. Because again, I don't believe, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think it's firing grape shot. So there's no explosives involved in the round itself. So there's no shrapnel. It's just a really fucking big shotgun. Until we get about 1870, well, good for you. We will be hitting 1870. My favorite part of the use of these weapons, at least for the European hand cannons, I'm pretty sure it was more like a club. With some European ones even having a metal spike at the end so you could just bash someone with it. I mean, most likely. That sounds about right. Although, from what I understand, Europe didn't actually use hand cannons a whole lot. From what I read, Europe really only got together on the firearm train pretty late. Because they got it through the Ottomans. In the Middle East, which at that point, the arquebus was already a thing. If I'm not mistaken. The SAR cannon looks like a gold-plated AK-47. You're not wrong. Yeah, I think it said the 15th century was about... I think it was like the mid-15th century. So like 1460s, if I'm not mistaken. It might be a little bit earlier. Was when it finally started to become a standard thing in Europe. And by that point, as we'll see, like, the gun was much more... The firearm was much more developed past this. While development of firearms were slow, much like a lot of human technology, once we hit, you know, like 1800s, things start rapidly accelerating. Who would win in a fight, a single U.S. Marine company or an entire Roman army at the height of their power? A Marine company, absolutely. I mean, if a Marine company has guns, the Marine company every time. I do love the era of history where nations just decided to make gigantic cannons like way bigger than what was most likely necessary. I mean, that's human history, is it not? Even if it's impractical, humanity looks at things and go, whoa, that's big. That must mean it's better. And it's always been that way. Hence why we no longer have a third pounder at Burger King, or was it Wendy's? Because people were too stupid to realize that a third is bigger than a fourth, because fourth has bigger number on bottom. Europe did use hand cannons, but in limited numbers. Those are mostly for knights and nobility. I feel like they were still more developed than this, though. Okay, it was a Burger King thing. That's what I thought. A Wendy's open in my town at last. Is it good? It's not bad, but it's way more expensive than the other places. To be fair, we did make ships for the sole purpose of ramming into other ships and exploding. I mean, correct. In fact, we didn't even learn until much later that, hey, we could also do this without having people on the ships that explode. Wendy's is way better than McDonald's. Cap, liar. When it comes to burgers, absolutely, but Wendy's fries do not match up. Neither do their chicken nuggets. They got worse. Yeah, they're always like soggy. Anyway, back to on point. The next thing that I focused on was the arquebus, which in my opinion is probably, when it comes to fantasy firearms, I think the arquebus is not only underappreciated, but in my opinion, one of the coolest forms that could be included in a fantasy world. Can anyone think of any examples of an arquebus being used in a historical, like not even a historical, like in a fantasy sense? I think it's so cool that they carried like a portable bipod to hold the gun. That is so fucking sick. It's like such a cool concept. And is, in my opinion, one of the coolest eras of, you know, firearm history. It's so fucking cool. I agree. D&D kind of has it, but like, for some reason, they start with like revolvers. I love pike and shot warfare. It's severely underrated. It was also it was a very politically important time in European history. This was about the 16th century, if I'm not mistaken. And essentially the arquebus was used in a very important time in European political history. And this is about when Europe starts to take over as being the lead of firearm development. China still owned it here because China did invent the arquebus first, but Europe started to refine it. Instead of fantasy settings being permanently stuck in the medieval age. Well, that's the thing. You can do like a medieval one, but still have an arquebus. Yeah, what's crazy is that everyone thinks that Japan was introduced to guns with the Portuguese, but instead they went to the island of Tanegashima. But in reality, Japan was introduced to guns through the Mongol invasion because the Mongols used them. Correct. I mean, also through trade with China. Japan actually, which is what we'll be getting to here in just a moment, after this slide or the next one, was well known for the development of firearms after this point. They got their start in 1526, making arquebus barrels for the Venetians. That's so cool, actually. Matchwick rifle was super susceptible to being snuffed if your powder was even hit by moisture. Your wicks got any liquid on them. Exactly! Which is why, in early Japan, they actually used lacquered boxes that covered the firearm. Which is very interesting. I don't think I got a picture of them, but that would be an interesting picture to include. Hold on. It was called, what's it called? No, it wasn't called the Nambu. I think it was, when was that? 16th century? I know they existed, I'm just having a hard time finding them. But essentially they would cover them with lacquered boxes to prevent rain taking out the wicks. Yeah, the Tanegashima, was that? No, that was like after it was brought by the Portuguese. Yeah, that was the 1600s. That was the Battle of Sekigahara. There's a lot that we can do for medieval, but everyone uses Eastern European only. Or West, yeah, West European, yeah. I mean, sometimes they will throw in, East European, but it's almost always like winged hussars. Like Polish. No, it was the Tanegashima. Yeah, lacquerware cases. Japanese Tanegashima lacquer case. I guess they were just carried in them, but they were definitely used while in the cases because they realized pretty early on that, hey, you can't really aim this gun when it's in a big fucking box, so it got changed. I can't find any pictures of it though, which, oh, here it is. I finally found me a picture. Okay, wow, this is really cool. This is actually so cool. Okay, let me throw it. Actually, here, I'll just zoom in and we'll change the TV over. Look at that! That is so neat! It's just like this one's metal, by the looks of it. But the original would have just been lacquered wood, and it covers the pan, the powder pan here, and where it strikes with the wick, covers the wick as well, to prevent rain or wind blowing it out. But obviously, you can't aim the thing. There's a giant box in the way. But that's so sick. Honestly, dude, early inventions are so much fun. They're so kooky and they're so wacky and I love them. But that is so fucking sick. And you know, that was before the development of things like, I'm gonna have to get back to where we were. Oops. And that was before the development of things like, flintlocks, you know, where it was using flint, to cover it, or matchlocks that would cover it with a small metal piece. They would use those boxes. They did, Anubis, correct. Hey, Narcos, welcome, man. That is a long call, dude, but it was productive. But yeah, I think that's really cool. Never forget how Nobunaga's army slaughtered the Takeda cavalry at Nagashino with volley fire. They sure did. They would, WH. That is match in Flintlock. Also around the same time as the arquebus hand grenades are being made and used, we're about to hit that period. So that period is this period here where we finally hit like the matchbox flintlock age. And this was when, I think this is 16th century, it became popularized, if I'm not mistaken, first in France. So this is the first time where development of firearms gets taken over by Europe. Really, the refinement of firearms gets taken over by Europe instead of China leading the way. Actually, wait, did I forget a picture? I think I forgot a picture. So there's a picture missing here. Let me add it in real quick. Give me one sec, guys. I must have dropped it on accident. See if I can find it real quick. Where'd it go? Hold on, one second. Where'd it go? Where's my picture? It disappeared. One sec. God damn it. Picture's missing. I had one. It's gone. My photo. Okay, give me one sec. Hold on. I knew we were missing a photo. God damn it. Give me one moment, chat. Sorry. Because it's a very important period. We gotta focus on it. Let me see, what time period was this? 17th to 19th? Okay. Okay. Let me get it added in. Hold on. Where'd it go? Sorry, chat. Here it is. Okay, I found it. My picture didn't save for some reason. That's so lame. Must have accidentally gotten deleted. My little presentation's getting ruined. Okay, so it's gonna restart. I gotta move this up, so give me a sec. That's there. Okay, we should be good now. Okie dokie. Let me get back to where we were at. Okay, so after that, before this period here, my bad, they are still out of order. But we have this one, which is also not on the screen, but whatever. Fuck it. It's the Istingar. It's Indo-Portuguese. And it came after the arquebus. It was immediately what came after the arquebus. And a lot of people don't know, but its origin is from Java. And its development came from Arab traders. So essentially, we have the arquebus, which starts in China, moves to the Middle East, right? So it moves to the Middle East, gets developed, and is moved to Europe and Java, other areas of Southeast Asia, and then Java develops, along with Arab influence, the Istingar, which became very used for the first time with the Ottomans in the 15th and 16th centuries. And was one of the first times that, firearms were like, this design at least, were widely used by a military. And it was used by the Janissaries, and that's what they were known for. Yes, modern day Indonesia. So there was this period in 1513 where essentially I want to say it was Germany taking over Java. No, it was the Portuguese. That's who it was. It was the Portuguese capturing Java. And essentially what happened was that you had this congregation of ideas. You had German, like European ideas, Arab ideas, and Java, so Southeast Asian ideas, conglomerating and forming the Istingar, right? And it was developed thanks to the mixing of those ideas from the Portuguese conquering Java. And this is where that came from, was the Istingar. And the idea about the Istingar is, which is really interesting, prior to the arquebus, so if you look at the arquebus here, much like a modern rifle design, you're supposed to put the butt of the stock on your shoulder and fire it, right? It's supposed to be braced on that little cool, like, bipod stand spike thing, but you're still supposed to put it into your shoulder. The change of the Istingar is that it was meant to be held to your cheek. It's got a pistol grip, well, not really a pistol grip, but a shorter grip, kind of like a dueling saber. And it was meant to be held up to your cheek instead. And the longer barrel, and there were developments to the barrel that allowed it to go further, and I guess recoil still wasn't as brutal quite yet. But this is what became very popular, in the Middle East, and where you would get the Middle Eastern developed rifles, with the weird stocks they have that are much shorter, much more curved, and meant to be held a little bit like a pistol grip. Because again, with those Middle Eastern rifles, which would, as we enter the matchlock age and develop separately from the ones in Europe, they're meant to be held against the cheek. They're not meant to be held against the shoulder. I think it was, the Giselle might be one of them. The name of it is, hold on, I gotta pull it up right here. The Mukala. The Mukala. Which is derived from English types of snap hand's lock and had a thicker lock plate. When was this? 17th century. This one actually might be a little bit later than the Giselle. I think we are thinking of the Giselle. Yes, I believe it's the Giselle. When was the date for the Giselle? Oh no, this was 19th century. Never mind. So the Giselle was developed from the Mukala, or the Mukla. How do you say this? Moukahla. Yeah, I guess it's Mukala. Which is very interesting. And this was developed in Maghreb, in Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia. So this was North Africa. Very, very interesting. It was also used in Spain, Italy, the Balkans, and Ottoman domains, which makes sense for the Balkans, because you have to remember at this time period, the Balkans and the Ottomans fucking hated one another and were constantly warring. But yeah, so they were a little bit different. But those naturally evolved into what we have here, which I think is finally the evolution of the flint and matchlock. Which is where we start seeing finally, the main development of modern rifles, which were, very European dominated. They had invented the bayonet. They would in this time period, because this was about the 16th, 17th century. And this was about when the French started using things like bayonets, started using things like hand grenades, became very common. That's where the grenadiers came from. Paper cartridges started to become commonplace. Why do you think gun development kicked up so much in Europe? Because of war. We are well aware of this. So the reason why it became so developed, and honestly, there's a book called The Way of the Ship that focuses on this as well as a concept. Um, and essentially, war in Europe during this time period was different to a lot of other parts of the world. Not only was there a lot of war in Europe, but also Europeans kind of fought war differently. Not differently than everyone. There were still areas, China fought war a little bit the same. It was the first development of like civilized, quote unquote, civilized warfare, which was all out. It used to be, it's no longer a skirmish. It used to be, and it's still in a lot of the parts of the world during this time period, like the 16th, 17th century, you have skirmishes. Light skirmishes here and there, more meant to capture or establish dominance over territory, than kind of like mass killing and slaying of your enemies. It was more of like, we might kill 1 or 2 people, we'll take 5 or 10 captured, and then you'll submit fealty to us as the winner. Europe, however, very early on, very quickly became no, we're killing all of you. This is how this is working. You're all dying. And with all-out war like that, and it being so frequent in Europe, firearms began to develop rapidly. Than many cultures at the time, but I would argue that it's not a cultural thing. It is a progression of humanity, a progression of civilization. Because all civilized nations eventually come to this conclusion as well. It happened in China as well, without any European influence. But it is just kind of like in Japan, as we can tell as well. It's just like a development of war, a natural progression of war is what it is. Also, well, not specifically because of the printing press, it might have had a reason. But it was more because of just a constant state of a lot of war in Europe. Because, like, for example, I mean, how many wars did we have in Europe from the invention of the arquebus, or the introduction of the arquebus, to the flintlock? So, hold on, let's check that out. That's a good idea to explore. So the flintlock rifle was 1610. And the first arquebus in Europe was about the 1400s. So, these are the wars in Europe just from 1450 to 1650. Okay, this is how many wars we had, okay? The War of the Roses, the Schmalkaldic Wars, which was in Germany, the French Wars of Religion, the Spanish Religious Wars, including the Dutch Revolt, the 30 Years' War, which was massive, and was kind of like the main cause for this kind of development, the English Civil War, and then Louis XIV's Dutch Wars. That was all from 1450 to 1650. And the 30 Years' War especially had a lot of carnage. So that would be the reason there, because 1610 is actually the introduction. But during the time that that would be developed, from the arquebus to the flintlock, we would have the War of the Roses, the Schmalkaldic Wars, the French Wars of Religion, the Spanish Religious Wars, including the Dutch Revolt, and the beginning of the 30 Years' War. So it was developed in preparation for the 30 Years' War. No, it was 30 years, 1618 to 1648. But yeah, that was the main reason. Wait, what are we talking about? Rage bait? What happened? What? Huh? What are we talking about? What happened in chat? I looked away for 5 minutes and there's a lot of replies. What happened? Someone give me a TLDR. Oh, Nixie. Yeah, so Nixie, there's actually a lot of reason to why that happened. Yeah, Nixie, those are some, you might want to look into those takes a little bit more, friend. No, it's good. Nixie, please don't be quiet. Look, this is a place of learning. There's nothing wrong with making statements and learning. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't want anyone to be embarrassed because of a take in here, so no bullying. That's not allowed. The reason of these streams is to converse, learn, and share ideas. You're not stupid, Nixie. You just didn't know. It's totally fine. It's not a lot. It's a period that a lot of people don't know about. You can't blame someone for not knowing about it. But the reason why that happened was because rifles were inaccurate. And honestly, war at the time was seen as more of a gentlemanly attempt, kind of like chess. You were kind of seen as a way to, how do I describe it? Outmaneuver your enemy. And the reason because of the blocks were mostly because of cavalry, the use of cavalry. If you didn't have your men blocked up like that, cavalry would very easily clean up your men. And that was actually what won a lot of battles during that period was cavalry, prior to the Civil War. One-on-one dueling was a thing for a long time, even as far back in ancient times. I don't know about one-on-one dueling. One-on-one dueling had a lot of its origins, I think, in later periods. So the arquebus to the flintlock is bookmarked by the fall on Constantinople into the Spanish-Ottoman War. Yep. Are we talking about the ending of, like, formations? Like Napoleonic era tactics? I believe it started to fall apart around the 100 Years' War, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I might be wrong about that. When was the 100 Years' War? No, never mind. That was way too early. I'm thinking of the wrong war. What was the war? Okay, hold on. Year before World War I. I can never remember the name of it. There's so many of them like that. Was it the Balkan? Maybe I am thinking of just the 30-Year War. It was the war where essentially they, like, steamrolled Germany and Germany got absolutely decimated. I think it was the 7 Years' War. Yeah, I think it was the 7 Years' War. Yes, it was the 7 Years' War. Was what it was. It was indeed the 7 Years' War. Yes, it was an Anglo-Prussian coalition victory. So it was Great Britain, Prussia, Portugal, and Russia against France, the Holy Roman Empire, Russia, Spain, Sweden, and Bengal. Bengal? But yeah, I mean, in North America, we call it the French and Indian War. It started being phased out during this time period, because, you know, the Revolutionary War with things like Kentucky long rifles. But it was still there, obviously. It wouldn't be until the 1800s was when that was really starting to get phased out. Hey, Creon! Welcome in, how's it going? War of 1812, Canada burned down the White House, and because of that, we gave them their anthem. The War of 1812 was also, right, like I said, like, it was the early 19th century was when that started to get phased out. Because while the Civil War did still use it, from what I understand, the Civil War was a little late on getting rid of formations and things like that. They were very slow during the Civil War, and from what I understand, to adopt new fighting styles. But World War I was indeed the true first death of it. So where does the Holy Roman Empire fit into all of this? What do you mean? What are you playing, Rail? Holy Roman Empire died with Constantinople. Wrong area, T. Holy Roman Empire was in, like, Austria. If you're thinking of the old Roman Empire, then yes, it died with the fall of Constantinople, which ironically was destroyed by Christians. Really odd to think about. Battle Station Specific, great choice. The Civil War was when more trenches were seen in the Boer War. Well, the thing is that they learned pretty quickly in the Civil War, like kind of like Gettysburg. I believe it was Gettysburg that had the fence where the South had to cross the open field, and a lot of the Union Army was lined up behind that stone wall, and it caused that like just absolute massacre of multiple charges. That was when things started to change. Because it was no longer formation against formation. It was, oh, we can take cover, line up, and just absolutely wreck formations. Cavalry was no longer nearly as useful. Things like that. During the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. Right. So, like, it really was about the mid-early 19th century was when you had the black formations disappear. And that's mostly because I think firearms were finally able to keep up with cavalry. You still had cavalry, but it didn't play nearly as much of a role as it did in, you know, the 17th and 16th centuries. The Napoleonic era. Ironically, I don't think cavalry made a lot of importance in the American Revolution, but was still used a lot in the Napoleonic Wars, which was later than the American Revolution. I don't know, Nixie. I know that there were actually, I believe there were a couple cavalry charges during World War II. Rome fell in 1922 with the surrender of Mehmed VI. I disagree, but hey, I like the hot take. That as well, WH. Yes, rifles were also that long because they could be used as a pike against cavalry. There's cavalry being used in Ukraine right now, actually. I mean, there is technically, but that's not because they want to, you know? Okay, so we're gonna move on to our next one. The next natural progression is, of course, going to be, I feel like the next big area is the revolver. While there were revolvers before Sam Colt and the Colt Patterson, this is kind of the beginning of, like, this was the end point. The revolver and wheel lock were a thing, but they weren't really fleshed out and actually were kind of dangerous to handle. Do you make history videos? If not, you should. I've been thinking on it, Creon. If I had more time, I would love to, but I really don't these days. We're considering, so I'm trying to find time to do, like, history shorts, though. Like, fun little, like, 10-second tidbits. Yeah, so this was the first one that was mass-produced and released to public use. But the reason why this was really big was because it revolutionized... I mean, again, it revolutionized firearm warfare. It was very important. Sam Colt got saved from bankruptcy because a Texas Ranger fanboyed over him and helped them develop the Colt Walker? Really? Time? Absolutely, Crayon. Would a puckle gun be technically a revolver as well? See, while you could count a puckle gun as a revolver, I don't know if I would. It's not the same, you know what I mean? It's not the same as a Navy Colt. Because, again, a puckle gun is more like, it's a crude gun. It's more like artillery than it is a firearm. So while it is a revolver, because it does have a revolving mechanism, it's not a firearm, you know? So this, in my opinion, is the next big development of firearms, personalized firearms. I like when we jump from flintlock to revolvers. There are a couple things between flint and matchlocks and revolvers, but we would be here for 6 hours if we went over every small little detail, you know what I mean? So I'm just thinking, I'm trying to hit the big ones. Yo! Thank you for the follow, Solomon Spades. Welcome into the cult, and thank you for the raid, Uncle AWOL. Welcome in, everyone. My name is Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine sun goddess, and we do War Thunder variety and history streams. And tonight, we are doing a fun little chatting night, but I also am running a little hieroglyphics and history series, or hieroglyphs and history series, where we just kind of loosely chat about a historical topic, and today is on the topic of firearms and firearm culture. Welcome in, everyone. Like I said, my name is Hara Rae Sol. I'm the combination of Ra and Horus, known as Ra Harakti in ancient Egyptian mythology. I have a master's in history, and I work as a museum curator full-time, so I do fun little history lectures, virtual museum tours, we like to play history games, as well as a bunch of other variety stuff like Fallout, Total War, Warhammer, stuff like that. So, gun history is neat. I'm afraid you guys missed about half of it, but we are just at the revolver age. Thank you for the follow, Storm Chaser. Welcome to the cult. Isn't a striker basically a flintlock that strikes a primer instead of creating sparks? I don't know. This is we've entered the period of history that we're not my focus is. But yeah, if you guys want to chat just about anything about gun history, I'm more than happy for you guys to hear it. It's very open. While we are talking revolvers, if you have a fun tidbit you like to share, please do. We're just having a general discussion. What about Winchesters? That's when guns started to have a repeating function. We'll get to lever action here soon. But the revolver did happen before lever action. So yeah, this is the first like commercially available revolver that was used frequently, and this is the Colt Patterson. And it was very popular. It was kind of the beginning of, you know, the Wild West age. And these were extremely popular. Mostly because the way that the firearm was utilized, it was still, you know, it still was cartridge. It was still a paper load, exactly. So we're not full on developed here with revolvers. But it was still a paper load. So it had the use of, you know, being able to fire off 6 shots in rapid succession, as long as you could pull the hammer back and fire. But loading it was still a massive pain, because it was still a paper load. So in terms of, like, military use, it was used for officers, but when you were out of those 6 shots, you were out, you know? You didn't really have the ability to, on hand, quickly reload a paper revolver, or a paper cartridge revolver. Yeah, you also couldn't do it like Westerns where you know, fan the hammer. That was not a thing at this time period. It was like, give me like 3 seconds. I gotta pull the hammer back with my actual hand. Or have really good thumb strength. And it was slow because the revolver had to move slowly. So you'd be careful with it too. If you let go too early, bang, your gun's going off. Yes, this was also curious in time where people did start to get custom modifications on firearms as well. Yes, they would carry cylinders preloaded. But it's not like you could, you know, like even a revolver of only like, you know, 50 years later, where, oh, you're out, just pull a couple spare bullets out of a pocket and slip them into the revolver. Or into the cylinder, I guess, is also the, what you could also call it. Yeah, so that was pretty big. And during the same period, because of that reason, primary arms became things like the trapdoor. Which was, you know, started kind of like the early bolt action of its time. So the way it worked was, you know, as you can see here by this little mechanism here, you'd pop open the top, slip it around, and then close the top and fire. And then I believe when you opened it again, because it was cap, as you can tell by the little hammer down there, it was a cap firearm, you would then replace it. And the thing is, this is post-Civil War, but it was very frequently used by the U.S. military towards, I believe it was started to be used by the Union towards the end of the Civil War, but wasn't fully adopted until the actual, I think mostly the Civil War was mostly over, if I'm not mistaken. However, what makes this interesting in a point of time is that the U.S. military, both North and South, were very slow to adopt, firearm developments. But a group of people that weren't, and something that changed their culture for both better and worse, were Native Americans. And there was a time period where on the frontier, Native Americans had a big leg up on the U.S. military simply because they adopted lever actions while the U.S. military and the U.S. Army were still using trapdoor rifles. And that was a very interesting period of time. A lot of people don't know this, but there was a very long amount of time, probably a couple of decades, the Native Americans would really mess up the U.S. Army because of this. And it changed Native American culture as a whole because in attempts to protect themselves, Native Americans started actively competing with one another more fervently in a form of arms race of their own to protect themselves. They would try to, they would raid each other more frequently to gather more supplies, to trade to the frontiersmen for Winchesters. The lever action was mostly used initially for cavalry. You're not wrong. But even then, it was adopted pretty late compared to Native Americans. You could just buy guns from traders? They could, yeah. Oh, yes. And honestly, the reason you might be asking, why would they still use bow and arrow? It's because, one of the big reasons why trapdoors were abandoned by the U.S. military eventually for revolvers and lever actions was because the slow firing of even just a trapdoor could not keep up with Native American bows. And I honestly, I've watched a couple of guys that are Native American. I hate to say on TikTok, but it's on TikTok. And there's a guy that shows expert use of a bow and arrow. And you would not believe the penetration and the speed and the range of a Native American bowsman. Or archer. It's actually crazy. We're talking 3 to your chest before you even realize they're coming from the bushes. Hey, Ann, welcome, Ann. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I'll show it to you guys. Let me see if I can find one real quick. You have to give me a moment. Hold on. It was a very popular one from earlier. Oh, I found it. Okay. So, let me get it up for you guys. Not like that. Okay. So, let me unmute it.
It wasn't my war. You asked me, I didn't ask you.
Oh, this one's edited. But as you can see, you cannot tell where these are coming from. And look at the deadly accuracy from, granted, someone in modern day. But it's not, and while he is very good with the bow, just imagine what someone who lived in a culture where prizing your archery skills as a survival skill, how good they would be with a bow. And just how fast and how accurate you can be with such an item. But yeah, so that is just one example of it. And when you're trying to fight against men on horseback, from multiple angles that are firing that accurately, And you didn't really wear armor during this time period. It's a big reason why, ironically, the bow was extremely powerful, is because armor was no longer worn to block it, like plate armor. Because of the development of firearms, making, you know, I don't know, it's kind of a weird dichotomy. So, let me sort out my thinking. Europeans got rid of plate armor for the most part because firearms were invented and they just punch right through armor, right? You move over to the North America where you're fighting against Native Americans that have bows, but you got rid of all your plate armor because people you were fighting had firearms that would penetrate it anyway. Well, now you don't have plate armor and you can't stop arrows because you went lighter, and the bow fires faster than your firearm, so you're actually at a disadvantage to a bow and arrow. It's kind of weird how that, like, loops back in, you know? But yeah, you get the point. You get what I'm trying to say. Explosive bullets were not invented until the 21st century. Correct. But yeah, that's a big reason. So, like, I mean, say, like, the video we just watched. You're an 18th century, well, 19th century frontiersman, right? You got yourself, you feel confident, you just shot a deer with your trapdoor rifle, and you've got it ready. Honestly, we could probably up the stakes, actually. You're with 15 militiamen. You've heard that there's natives in the area that are violent, and you and your men have brought your matchlock rifles. You're deputized by the U.S. military, and you're here to keep stuff safe, or, you know, in a lot of cases, you're just there to kill Native Americans. 5 of those arrows, let's just say one Native American bowman, 5 of those arrows fly from a bush. Like we just saw. You have that exact perspective. Could you tell me, could you pinpoint where that fucking guy shot those arrows from? You would have no chance. And that's already 5 of your 15 people down. You're not lasting very long. Even if the last 10 of you volley fire into that bush, the chances of you hitting them are pretty low. Yeah, there's no muzzle flash in a bow. And you have no way of blocking the arrows, because again, you got rid of plate armor because you assumed everyone you fought would have firearms. So, it's a very interesting development where things get so advanced. Honestly, you know what it makes me think of? It makes me think of the Phantom with its missiles. You know? Where you're fighting something that's technically inferior, but you planned on things that are only technically on par with you, and it makes you it actually puts you at a disadvantage to things that are technologically inferior. Hey Tara, welcome in. What was the bounty on Native Americans back then? I remember there being a payout for every Native American you killed, just can't remember the price. There was always a payment for scouts. Yo! Welcome in, Artie! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in, Raiders! My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess, and today we're doing a fun Just Chatting in History stream. But yeah, the payment depended on the area, and frankly, it was actually a very dark time in history, as obviously you can't really tell the difference between a Mexican and a Native American scalp, especially during that time period. So, you know, people, bounty hunters, quote unquote, really just mass murderers and criminals and thugs, would massacre Mexican towns and scalp, you know, women, men, and children, and turn them in for money. And they would do the same with Native Americans as well. If you've never read the book, what's the name of it? Not No Country for Old Men, but it's by the same writer. It's a very dark book. It's got the judge. Blood Meridian. Thank you. There it is. If you never read Blood Meridian, it pretty much touches upon the horrors of this time period for literally everyone involved. And it got to the point where, you know, Native Americans would, I believe Native Americans, if I'm not mistaken, started the practice of scalping. If I'm not mistaken. I don't know. I might be wrong on that. Don't quote me. It apparently is it's actually an ancient practice. Yeah, so the Native Americans technically did it first, and then Europeans realized they could do it as well as proof of trophy taking. So we're not gonna sit here and be ahistorical and be like, yeah, the Native Americans were, you know, a utopia before America showed up, but ooh, I was actually watching an Autun Shy video earlier today on Union Firearms in preparation for stream, so. You got that as a Christmas gift? You got a really fucked up book? Very good book, though. For a Christmas gift? That's crazy. Imagine being a reader in the first sentence you hear from Hara is there was always a payment for scalps, pretty much. But yeah, that is a very interesting time. So we were looking at, you know, the trapdoor, which gave way to the Winchester lever action, and then the U.S. military realized pretty quickly, wow, we're getting fucked up by the Native Americans. Let's get ourselves some lever actions. Naturally, the next look here would be around the World War I era when Springfield finally started putting out bolt actions. And oddly enough, while bolt actions became, you know, very standard and very popular due to the use of things like bayonets, lever actions were still actually used a little bit during this time period. I know a lot of people look at World War I and think, you know, Springfield and Gevers and things like that, but lever actions still found their way onto the battlefield during this period. What was it? The Spanish-American War in Cuba, I believe? If I'm not mistaken, when was that? 1898, so that's only, you know, 10 years before World War I. Lever actions were extremely prominent. Extremely prominent. And were very heavily used during the Spanish-American War. And so they would still find their way onto battlefields in World War I. The problem, though, with lever actions is, if I'm not mistaken, the reason they weren't used as often is because they were harder to keep clean. Which, you know, in the trenches of World War I, caused a lot of problems. Also, if you are well trained with a bolt action, I think you could actually get them off faster than a lever. And the reload was also a problem. If you were really well practiced with a bolt, I think you could get them off about as fast as a lever. The Springfield M1903 is just a clone of the Spanish Mauser. Really? The lever action cannot be fired when prone. I mean, they can, if you think about it. They can be fired. You just can't work the lever when you're on your arms and leg, like on your elbows. You know what I mean? If you're laying on your forearms and you're firing it, you have to turn the gun sideways to lever action. Which is going to waste more time, and you have to take the sight off your target compared to a bolt action where you can fire. Sorry, I'm covering my mouth with my hand. You can fire, keep aim, you know, on your target, the target in your sights, and work the bolt action, which is very important. Target acquisition. You're not having to reacquire your target due to, you know, hitting the lever. It was very, very important for that reason. Yeah, so not covering my mouth with my hand in the sense of like I'm holding my hand over my mouth. My hand blocked my mouth from my rigging camera. But yeah, like I said, bolt action, if you're well practiced with a bolt action, you can fire it probably about as fast as a lever. If you're really well versed with it, you can fire it extremely quickly. And again, because you don't have to bring the gun down to work the action, you can still keep the eye on your target, which is extremely important when it comes to shooting. Nightlocks, thanks again for hanging out, hon. We'll be back on Friday at 7 p.m. with some Fallout New Vegas. We're getting very close to finishing it. We'll be talking the new episode, so make sure you watch it until then if you don't want spoilers. Exactly, Fox, which is what we were talking about. I think the main aspect, though, in World War I, why a bolt action would be used way more often than a lever is, again, just ease of cleaning. Actually, when the first machine gun was made, the person who made it thought it would result in less deaths. Same with dynamite. Same exact thing with dynamite. There's a lot of inventions during this period where they thought that the invention of it would cause the end of war or at least save lives, and in reality did the opposite. It's kind of sad if you think about it. Exactly, yeah, smokeless gunpowder was very important as well. Packet loading was also important, but you also have to remember that a little bit earlier than this, the invention of, the brass cartridge was extremely important, because now with the brass cartridge, honestly with firearms, if you look back, outside of maybe an automatic firing mechanism, honestly maybe even more so, the brass cartridge is probably one of the most important developments of firearm history. Just for the entire reason that you don't have to worry about your bullets getting wet, or, things like, well, frost still affected them a little bit, but it wouldn't make your rounds, completely useless. The change from paper to brass was very, 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 very important. Lever actions can't handle the same chamber pressure. Right, exactly. Jacketed bullets as well. But yeah, we're hitting the point where, things start rapidly accelerating, like I was talking about. It took us, a century to go from... We're getting like 1 per century here. So we had a century when gunpowder was invented, immediately having the spear, and then it taking like a couple of decades to get to the hand cannon, then a century to the arquebus, and then a century to like the musket. And then like another 50 years to get to the Colt revolver and the trapdoor. Now we're going from lever action to bolt action to the machine gun and the submachine gun and semi-auto, all within, a century and a half, which is just crazy development. And again, all driven by war. It's kind of funny to think about how fast, war progresses just in the human endeavor for the spear to overcome the shield or vice versa. So less men needed in the military, and he was kind of right. I mean, in a way. Having much higher pressure limits, that too. Hey, Volunteer! It is very interesting. So, now that we're past the trapdoor, which honestly, the trapdoor to the bolt action feels like a very natural progression, we finally hit the first machine gun, which was the Maxim gun. Which is interesting, because the Maxim is kind of the first firearm development led by the UK. Still European, but a lot of the ones before this were led more of continental European, like the musket and the arquebus were all like German or French. But the Maxim was first started by the UK. So the first, machine gun, was, UK, isn't it? And this is when we started out with water cooling, which was supposed to be seen as, the fix for multiple barrels. Hence why you had the Gatling gun. Beforehand was a revolver. It changed to this because they figured out water cooling would be much better. And, water cooling and changing barrels was better than just, revolving barrels. Maxim was American? Why the fuck did it tell me UK then? That's what I thought. And then everything I looked at said UK. Okay, I have to double check my fucking source here. That's what I thought as well. it says heavy machine gun, place of origin, United Kingdom. It says it right here. Yeah, Maxim began to develop his machine gun in Halton Garden, London. Oh, he was an American working in England. Okay, well that's still, I was half right. Look, I got baited by my source. Leave me alone. But yeah, it was technically in the UK, but it was by technically an American, whatever. Still a UK invention, technically. Because I was like, I knew that Hiram Maxim was American, but I guess I was wrong. And then I took my source without reading all of it. Debatable? I think it could go either way. That sounds like a myth, WH, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was true. Technically a Roman invention? Alright. But yeah, so, you know, we have the invention of the machine gun, which is very integral to, you know, World War I. Again, changed warfare. It's what kind of created, I mean, it didn't create trench, but it solidified the beginnings of trench because people realized, oh, I can no longer, you know, keep 15 guys standing out in an open field without them all getting turned into cheese. Hey, Brad, it's going really well. Artillery as well. You're right, carburized lead. Welcome in, by the way. Now, naturally, I didn't realize this. This is something I learned. How early the submachine gun was invented. Submachine guns were used in World War I. The MP-18 was a World War I invention. Artillery are technically considered small arms. How? We Germans still say 0815 for mundane or boring things based on the Maxim version used in World War I? Wait, what does that mean? Yeah, it was the MP-18.1, I believe. Obviously German, and was used during World War I. I believe the first invented SMG was 1918, if I remember that correctly from the source I read. If I'm not mistaken, MP-18.1. Yes, the Bergmann MP-28 is a German submachine gun designed and manufactured by Bergmann Waffenfabrik. Introduced into service in 1918 by the German Army during World War I. First used by the Sturmtruppen. I am not WH. .105mm artillery is considered small arms. I heavily disagree. Oh, okay. Interesting. It's very interesting, Tactical. I had no idea. Yeah, honestly, Bergmann Waffenfabrik is a pretty sick name. I mean, that does mean Bergmann War Fabric. It's pretty crazy. Ironically, the MP-18, its last known use was the Ifni War in Spain in 1957. If you want to look at a major war, it was the Iranian crisis of 1946 with Azerbaijan. But yeah, in World War II, I believe the MP-18 was still used along, you know, its older brother, the MP-19. Or younger brother, rather. Actually, my bad. The MP-19 was not used that often. It's a very odd gun. What was the, Fabric is factory? I thought it meant, yeah, that's what I assumed. And then, of course, there's its much, much younger brother, the MP-40, so. Technically, the Italians had a pistol oh, I missed it. Hold on. Had a pistol caliber machine gun for aircraft use and become the automatic 1918. Really? I didn't know that. This was during the time period, by the way, in World War I, early World War I. They didn't have guns strapped to planes, so they would literally use, you know, pistols and stuff like that, or have a second seat with a man with a rifle to shoot at other planes, which is very interesting. I find it very funny that Russians are using the Mosin Nagant in Ukraine right now. You're not wrong. I don't know. They're pretty worn down on just about everything from what I can tell. Was the greaser? You are correct. We're just not quite there yet, Anubis. But next, you know, the big next invention was obviously the German World War II made STG-44, also known as usually the first assault rifle. That was kind of the big next development. It's kind of the natural progression from the submachine gun. You're taking the submachine gun, putting it into a larger caliber, and into a gun that's meant to fire longer distances. I saw something about a modernized Maxim floating around in Ukraine. Actually, Maxim guns were used in Ukraine by rebel forces around the Donbass region, I believe, in like 2014, 2015. There were a couple. Oh, actually, I don't know if it was exactly Maxim. I forget what the Russian equivalent was. But they were the water-cooled variants. It was called the MP-44 to hide the project from Hitler, who disagreed with the idea of an assault rifle. Honestly, every time I hear about Hitler and some kind of like small advantage they could have had and he hated it, I am further unsurprised. Never forget that Hitler was an idiot. Just sadly, he was an idiot with a lot of power. Because they overheat slower than modern machine guns. I mean, in some cases, I could see it. The truest statement ever made. I mean, it is true. It was very obvious, even a German high command towards the end of World War II, they were like, this guy's kind of a dipshit and he's definitely crazy. I mean, true, Tarmo. I mean, what does the Maxim use, or at least the Russian equivalent? Isn't it 9x19? 9x19 still breaks skin, don't it? Yes, it was the two breakaway states, Luhansk and Donetsk, before Russia formally intervened. Really? It's 762 by 54R? Not the Mosin. I'm not talking about the Mosin. I'm talking about the Maxim. Was the Maxim caliber really that large? It was 303. Really? Wow. Okay, wow, that honestly makes that thing much scarier. I don't know why, but I thought it was a smaller caliber. I could have sworn it had a smaller caliber. Wasn't it like 9x21 or something? I could have sworn there was a gun, an early machine gun that fired like a 9mm cartridge. Yes, 303 was the standard issue British rifle caliber, yes. Yeah, I know the SAW used the 5.56 caliber, but that was just more because of ease of use in a squad. Because, you know, it was a lot easier. Okay, so I don't know if a lot of people know about this, especially if you don't know a lot about firearm and military tactics. But the M249 SAW was seen as very valuable and used a 5.56 smaller caliber because it was used as a squad infantry light machine gun. And it's much more useful when you can trade out the same ammo with the rifleman in your squad. So, it would use the same caliber. So, like, say that, your machine gunner runs out of ammunition. Well, one of the mini riflemen in the company or in the squad could hand him a magazine of 5.56. You just slap that fucking magazine into the top of that M249 or in the side and keep on shooting. So, it was very valuable for that reason. What if Hitler's father didn't date his niece? What if Hitler didn't date his niece? Never forget that Hitler, before he met Eva Braun, like, quite literally forced himself upon his niece frequently. Night, Fix! Thanks for coming and hanging out, dude. Hope to see you back on Friday. Runs in the family, I guess. I mean, I'm unsurprised, frankly. If I'm not mistaken, the SAW does. Because that was the whole point. It's called, the SAW, the reason it's called the SAW is Squad Automatic Weapon. If I'm not mistaken. I could have sworn it accepted. It's designed to accept STANAG magazines, including the standard M4 AR-15 mag. Yes. So you can, if you're using the belt, and it runs out of the belt, yeah, you can jam a STANAG into the side of it. Here, let me show you an example. Let me pull one up. Okay. Just like this. All right, so this is what it looks like. It's a little small, I apologize. Reddit makes things fucking lame as shit. But this is what it looks like. On the right over here would be the standard, the belt box fed. And if you run out, you would take a magazine from your infantryman and just slap it up into that extra chamber there, and you can keep on firing. But also what's nice is that now your machine gunner, it's way more likely that an infantryman is gonna run out of ammunition, can now, exchange his big old fucking box of ammo with them and give them more ammunition as well. What do you mean you hate how that works? That's why I like the M249. I think it's really cool. See you, Farmless. Hope to see you back on Friday. But yes, apparently it does work. It's just not super advised, and why it's not standard is because it can cause jamming, I believe. But it's so neat. I think it's really cool. It's such a great idea. And that really plays into the, the late 20th century, early 21st century US doctrine of exchangeability and multi-armed combat that, makes your military more seamless when, you're sharing calibers and things like that. But yeah, it's more efficient. Honestly, also, to be honest, would you rather carry around an M249 SAW, or would you rather carry around an M60? I think I'm taking the SAW. I think I'm taking the SAW every time. Like, I wonder what the difference in weight is. I know an M60 weren't often carried, but... 23 pounds for the M60. It's 23 to 17 pounds. So that's what? 6 pounds lighter? That makes a difference. To replace the RPK with the RPD. Exactly. Whatever happened to the M60? I believe the M60 stopped being used because of how heavy it was. Hipfire and M2, be a man. Well, I'm not a man, I'm a bird, but you say so. Really, Eric? I didn't know that. It's interesting. Probably because it's a century younger. Exactly. Yeah, and the M60 also does 7.62, uses 7.62 NATO. Which is wild. I mean, I get it. The M60 is not a worthless gun by any means. It's still very useful. It's just, you know, when your squad's running 5.56 NATO, you probably want everyone to run 5.56. See ya, Nubis. Thanks for hanging out. We're not quite done. Actually, wait, no, that wasn't my last one. It was the SCG-44. We are technically done. And then the kind of the segue was just to talk about modern firearms, because I don't really need pictures for those. You all know what you want to talk about, so... I like the China Lake. It's a perfect gun for close-range combat. Maybe if you don't like your own legs. The British L86. Oh, yeah, I know the L86. It's the German, or it's the British light machine gun that has that. I think it's the magazine that goes to the top, doesn't it? Like the top of the butt of the stock or something like that. No, it goes in the bottom. I'm stupid. There was like one light machine gun where it did do that though. The weird part is that the magazine's behind the grip. That's what it is. Oh, I'm thinking of the Bren. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yes, I am indeed thinking of the Bren gun. See you, Strider. I'm glad you guys had fun. If we continue to have a big show out for these, I definitely plan on doing these very frequently, possibly even every Wednesday if we like them enough. We're gonna do vastly different topics, but this is kind of the idea where, like, I just have a fun little, like, you know, 5-picture slideshow, and you guys mostly drive the conversation. Has a local M107 on sale for 14 grand, and why haven't you bought it yet? Okay, now, another thing I would like to transition into, okay? I know you guys like the technical aspect. As usual, chatters and online history folks, fans, love the technical aspect of history, right? But let's look at the more academic side, okay? Can we do that? Can you guys move in with me as we transfer over? And let's talk about the change of gun culture, yeah? The fun, that's the stuff I'm interested in. That is my favorite part. The development of guns is sick. The technology is cool. But let's talk about the culture. We're not going to talk about modern politics, okay? But we are going to talk about modern gun culture, okay? So, now let's think about it, America specifically, and let's think about how a gun today differs from, let's even just say an 18th century German town. Right? Let's think about that for a moment. Can anyone think of some major differences? Top-loaded MGs weren't super uncommon. They weren't. This is where you lose me. I don't know much about this topic, and this is why I'm talking about it. You guys always think about the technology and the little fun facts and tidbits, but you guys don't think about the cultural implications. And that's the real meat. That's the real meat historians really like. The age of them, that's a big difference. That's one. Would anybody like to take some more guesses? Look, I get I'm being like the 9th grade teacher here, but lots more rifles around back then than nowadays here in Germany for sure. Technically, yes. To Europe where everything's much more compact. Now, Purpies is on to something. Frontier culture. Correct. Frontier culture. So, the reason why Americans and American culture today looks at things much more differently was because survival in terms of firearms looked different on the American frontier than it did in Europe. Okay? Europe was mostly, let's just say, conquered, for lack of a better word. Colonialized, I guess, is the best word to use for it. So firearms during that time period were not seen as a self-defense thing. It was seen as a hunting or utility thing. It was a tool. I mean, I guess technically self-defense, but it wasn't self-defense from other humans. It was self-defense from things like wolves, nature. Yo, thank you for the follow, Liniel Labengray. I love the name. It's really fancy. How you doing? Welcome in. Essentially the difference there is that the American frontier was much different. You didn't use firearms only to protect yourself from wolves, but Native Americans were also very common. That's not to say, by the way, that Native Americans were evil. Native Americans had the exact same thoughts about it, and that's why gun culture became really big with Native Americans, because it was about protecting yourself from the other. And so, you know, this big idea of self-defense came from frontierism, which is a very core and but often forgotten part of American identity, especially today. If you want a really cool series of books, I recommend it heavily if you're a big reader. It's by Richard Slotkin and is the Gunfighter Nation trilogy. And essentially it traces from the America's inception to it today and explains the changes in American culture through the lens of the frontier. Very interesting series. Opened my eyes to a lot of things that are going on in modern America. Okay? It's very cool. But that's what makes things very different with America, is that frontier belief that never left. Really, Richard Slotkin says starts to dissipate around the time of Vietnam, which I think is a good idea. But that just goes to show how ingrained it was in American society and still likely is. Write the title of the book again? Sure thing. So, Gunfighter Nation. It is a trilogy. They're all very big books, but they're worth it, I promise. By Richard Slotkin. You could probably find it at your local library. It is actually very common. I found it in my university library, and I also found it in my local public library system. If you guys have a library card. And it is a very good trilogy. You can also probably find it on PDF, if you want. He traces, but frontierism and the frontier identity is very important to the American identity still today, even though it's very forgotten. And that idea of Second Amendment rights to a firearm, personal defense, the need to arm oneself, and the independence wrapped up within arming oneself all comes from the frontier lifestyle. And that's just something that wasn't had in Europe. Does anybody have any questions, comments about it? I would love to see y'all's thoughts on that. If you disagree, please remember this part of history is about perception, subjectivity. While there are facts and while there are object truths, how you interpret those facts and object truths can be different. Does anybody else see any other parallels? Maybe? Can you repeat everything again? I will die. I will die. So like anti-government, anti-establishment, anti-authoritarianism is, I wouldn't say anti-government, anti-authoritarianism is really big in an identity in the United States due to that frontier lifestyle. The independent. Being independent is very big for Americans, and that comes from the frontier. I think American frontier culture is not well understood by non-Americans, so thanks for enlightening us. Of course, a lot of people don't know, but think of Manifest Destiny, right? The belief that was held as late as the 20th century that America had the God-given right to own from the Pacific to the Atlantic in North America. It was a very common belief during the 17th, or during the 18th and 19th centuries, and some of the 20th. And you know, that's pervasive, not only held, and this is what Richard Slotkin goes into in this trilogy, just way more in depth, is America, after they took all of North America, well, you know, what the United States is today, they didn't take Canada and Mexico, but you get my point, realized that Manifest Destiny was a core aspect of American culture. And it became global. The only way to keep that going is to find other peoples to civilize. And Theodore Roosevelt was a big proponent of this, especially as president, where he saw civilizing the native was the white man's burden. And not only was that done through Native Americans, and this is kind of where the romanticization and fetishization of the Native American became its peak, that you still see today, but it also moved globally. So For example, the Philippines. The American controlled the Philippines in the Spanish-American War and the invasion of Cuba into the territory of Cuba for a long time under America and Puerto Rico was because of that belief. That, well, we can't civilize Native Americans in the U.S. anymore because we got rid of all the Native Americans, so we need to go civilize somebody else. That's what it moved on to. And we finally hit that wall when America fails at Vietnam, where the manifest destiny subconsciousness finally ends. It has an existential crisis. That is accurate, Coy. It had an existential crisis, realized it could outsource it to other countries, less civilized peoples, quote unquote, and that's what it did. And then when it ran out of those, around the 1970s and 80s, it's about when America hit its existential crisis. That's when belief in the government went to an all-time low. That's when the belief of American exceptionalism started to begin and has snowballed into what we see today. Things like that. But your professor was quite correct, Clay. Like what we did to Hawaii. Hawaii is another example, correct. I mean, if you think about it, Americans did try to do it with Canada as well. That was the War of 1812. And civilized the rest of Asia. I don't think the U.S. ambassador, I might be wrong, I don't think the U.S. ambassador convinced them to do that. That was something that they learned. They learned that during the Boxer Rebellion in China, Japan saw the Boxer Rebellion and learned quickly, if we don't civilize ourselves and make ourselves seem civilized to Europeans, they'll do to us what they did to China. So we must create our own sphere of influence by rapidly militarizing and defeating Europeans on their home soil to essentially give ourselves legitimacy on the world stage. And that's what the Russo-Japanese War was. And that's how it eventually shifted into, Imperial Japan. That was the end form of that, was Imperial Japan. Where they went, even if it was a little bit of propaganda, actually it was a lot of propaganda and a little bit of self-cope, of going, yeah, we're taking over China and Korea to protect you from the Europeans. That's because Japan realized, hey, if we become like the Europeans, we can take what we want and we'll be seen and taken more seriously on the world stage. A lot of people don't know this, but Japan joined the Allies towards the end of World War I just so they could take German territories in China, in Manchuria, in Korea, and in some islands in the Pacific. Same thing with the conflict with Russia. They were able to take whatever that northern island was. I can never remember the name of it. Today, gun culture feels more like masculinity branding than anything practical like pickup trucks. I can agree with that. A lot of people don't really look at firearms. Well, I don't want to say that. They do still look at them as tools, but it's not purely a look upon as being a tool, It's seen as firearms are seen today in America as a symbol of independence, freedom, and masculinity, which are kind of void and null in Europe because they never had that frontier core belief system. Sakhalin Island, correct. There you go. Sometimes members of Hawaii's royal family are still alive and working with, some members are alive and still working within the government, correct. Yeah, very interesting. That's the cultural difference, That's where it splits. And that's why Americans are kind of unique in the way that, we heavily focus on firearms, whereas nobody else really does. That's why other people don't really care about, having, no Second Amendment. Because to them, firearms don't mean freedom and individuality. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing is subjective to you. But it is a cultural difference for a very good reason and for a very long-coming reason. Not just evil European government wants nobody to revolt. That's not the reason. It's literally that Europeans and other people in the world don't, see firearms as a symbol of freedom and independence like Americans do. Ooh, Wasn't Hawaii taken without the entire government's knowledge? Like, wasn't it carried out by a businessman? The original overthrow was, yes. I believe it was it Chiquita? It was a major fruit brand is who did it. I believe it was Chiquita. I know Chiquita did it with some South American countries, but if I'm not mistaken, they weren't called Chiquita at the time, but they rebranded to Chiquita. Dole, that's what it is. It was the Dole Company. I knew they were still a company today. Yes, it was Dole Fruit Company. Chiquita did their own stuff in South America, so. Daylight come and me one go home. They get their arms fucking cut off because you didn't collect enough fucking bananas. Chiquita was in multiple areas in South and Central America, if I'm not mistaken. Do you think we as Americans also glorify or romanticize the outlaw gunslinger as well as the inside of culture of the frontier life? Absolutely. Absolutely, Nazesu. Absolutely. That has to do again with like seeing guns as like freedom and independence is the gunslinger outlaw ideology and romanticization, which was picked up pretty heavily in the 1950s and 60s, you know, with gunslinger, spaghetti westerns, things like that. Honestly, you could really look back to the time of spaghetti westerns and pushing the main belief of good guy with gun stops bad guy with gun, if you think about it. That's almost exactly where that probably started. It was because of spaghetti westerns, you know, the heroic cowboy using his gunslinger ways to stop the evil gunslinger. Ironic, I'm munching on Dole fruit cups right now. Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I'm here to add to the join the other stream so I don't have to stream War Thunder Cause. Thank you, Auntie. You are my favorite. Smooches. Mwah. I love you for that. Was Manifest Destiny a thing during World War II since the US were fighting in Europe? World War II was actually where it started to die off, actually. You could argue that Manifest Destiny still existed in World War II. I would definitely say so. It just became more relegated to soft power instead of hard power. A lot of people don't know, but, you know, the Marshall Plan had a lot of pro-American propaganda in it in Europe. Especially Japan as well. So yes, I would say that would be a form of Manifest Destiny by Americans. Like I said, it really only died during the failure of Vietnam. I do find it interesting that Westerns are filmed in Italy and Spain and were very popular for much longer after it died in the United States. Yes, you could also argue the romanticization of gangsters as well. See, you guys are getting it. American culture, at its core, due to frontier belief, romanticized the good gunslinger or the sympathetic gunslinger. Doesn't matter the time period, doesn't matter the person, but that shows in U.S. media, like, you know, cowboys and mafiosos. Today with, like, cops. Like, I mean, think of, like, CSI Miami. Things like that. Soldiers. Another thing that Richard Slotkin focuses on in Gunfighter Nation is how, the Wild West shows, how they changed, how long they stayed popular. The Wild West shows that were very popular started out with, you know, here's something that a lot of people don't know. Those Wild West shows started out with, you know, Native Americans against cowboys. It ended up being, by the end of the popularity of Wild West shows, it was actually American soldiers against Cubans. Not kidding. It morphed from a cowboys versus Native Americans, cowboys and Indians, to Cubans and Americans troops. That's not a joke. And again, it's all down to that manifest destiny. Once they, you know, manifested their destiny all over domestic North America, they had to outsource it. And the next place was, you know, Puerto Rico, Hawaii, Cuba, things like that. To think that my people stopped Manifest Destiny, that's insane. Not only did Vietnam stop Manifest Destiny, but Vietnam gave America a literal existential and identity crisis. So you can thank the people of Vietnam for shattering the confidence of Americans in the American government. It's not a joke. It started long before that, but that's when it became really mainstream. Thank you, Vietnam! Yeah, really. Is romanticizing the gunslinger a bad thing and it's important for the culture? I didn't say it was a bad thing. Like I said, whether that's a good or a bad thing is up to you. I'm merely laying out the history for you. The history of culture. Again, I'm not taking a stance here on gun rights or anything like that. I'm merely pointing out why America sees gun rights differently than other areas. Buffalo Bill did indeed. But yeah, Buffalo Bill's Wild West shows went from Native Americans fighting Indians to American soldiers fighting Cubans. It's very interesting. Very interesting. Rah! America! So yeah. And it all goes back to, a bunch of funny Chinese alchemists doing dumb shit and blowing up their house. I read elsewhere that when Vietnam defeated the French in Dien Bien Phu, a lot of French African countries were emboldened to rise up. I believe Algeria had a massive uprising around the 1950s, maybe even earlier. Was it French Algiers? Yep, the Algerian War, November 1954. The Algerian War was brutal as well, by the way. I watched a movie on it a long time ago. I can't remember the name of the movie, but it's an older movie and it was really, really good. What was the name of that movie? It was really good. Really, really cool. Let me find it. God, it's been so long. I saw it in a university class. Was it the Battle of Algiers? Oh my. Hold on. It's still very zoomed in. It was much older. It was like this, I think it was the Battle of Algiers. But essentially, like, the next big changes in culture in World War II, America realized they had to move to soft power, and that was the end of the age of empires, at least in terms of hard power. Because America moved on, oh, not America, but the world moved on and essentially said, hey, imperialism's kind of bad. Subjugating and killing peoples and conquering them is not really a positive for world order. Do you think about the Battle of Midway? Extremely important to World War II. Really, Eric? That's really cool. But apparently, hey, Hunger, welcome in. Apparently a big part of the Algerian War, or the revolt, was, and the reason it was so difficult for the French to hold on, was because the Algerian revolutionaries had a system, had a vast network of revolutionaries, where essentially they worked in a system of three, right? You had two guys at the very bottom that knew the guy above him, and that was it. They didn't know anything else about the revolutionary network, who was above that guy or anything. The guy above them knew two guys, knew the other guy that was his peer, and then the one guy above him. And it went up that way 15 to 20 times until you get the very peak of the organization where, 99% of the revolutionaries had no clue who was leading the revolt. So the French would finally capture a revolutionary, an Algerian revolutionary, and go, we're torching the fuck out of you. Who's your boss's boss? And he would go, bro, I literally don't fucking know. All I know is I get guns and I shoot at you. I throw bombs and shoot at you. I don't know who the fuck supplies my boss. This is my one boss. So your cell would only be 3 people. And if anyone got captured and ratted out, the only people that could be ratted out were 3 people. Including the one guy that was doing the ratting out. Who the freak is Hana? Hey, Hara, what's up, Hunger? People are now obsessed with Labubu's. They sure are, bro. Now America's back to hard power again. Again, not to talk modern politics, I would say it's a grasp at hard power. I would not say it's very useful. And it's the grasp at hard power is seeming to be at a vast expense of soft power that America has built up since the 40s. It's a very interesting way to look at foreign policy, I'll say that much, from a history perspective. But it might be a change, who knows? All right. Very fun discussion. I am going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to go munch on a snack and finish off some water. Take a small break from my voice. When we get back, we'll do some more just regular chatting. If you guys want to continue to be about history, we can. If it's about something else, we can. If we don't feel like chatting, we'll find a fun game to play. Okay? So I'll be right back, guys. Don't go anywhere. liked our little gun discussion. Are we wanting to continue just chatting, or do we want to move to a game? Yo, what's up, Karnak? How's it going? Honestly, thinking about it, I would love, like, a gunsmith game. I should have probably, like, prepared something like that, but I didn't. I'm doing great, thank you. I'm doing well. Yeah, that's what I thought. Ironically, like... Ironically, it seems like Tarkov is actually a surprisingly good gunsmith game. Like, it's not entirely accurate, but with how much, like, customization there is, it's surprising. It's fine, but not great. Yeah. I don't know, I'm trying to think if there's, like, anything I've got where we could do something like that. I really do think, like, the closest is Tarkov. Tarkov was just the prediction of the Ukraine war. I don't know if I exactly disagree with that. Or do we just want to play, like, do we just want to play some War Thunder? Are we feeling like just hanging out on some War Thunder? I don't know, War Thunder just kind of feels like the default these days. I don't know, honestly, someone could really make something really cool though, like a VR, I wonder if they have something like that, like a VR gunsmith game? Where like, it's just kind of like a gunsmith simulator where like you can build guns and like repair gun parts and like clean guns and stuff like that. You see, I'd suggest Tarkov, but Tarkov has been so rough for me lately, man. But then again, I feel like Tarkov's kind of entertaining. I'm waiting for my paycheck on Friday, and I'll be getting Arc Raiders. We're not playing it this week, but I totally plan on playing it in the near future, so that ought to be fun. You ever tried Stalker 2? I own it, but I don't play it. I don't know, it's, the problem is that Stalker is, like, intimidating. Run PvE so you can chill. PvE mode is actually, I played, like, 1 or 2 runs, and it is a little brutal. Yeah, I hear it's really good. It's definitely on my list. Tank smithing? I've definitely heard of Sprocket. I don't think I did, Hunger. Please tell me. You play War Thunder and Tarkov, nothing is intimidating for you? Yeah, but like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that War Thunder and Tarkov are hard. Stalker, single-player games that are difficult and require like constant repeats do annoy me a lot, I'll admit. I have a short fuse on those. But have you really gotten to Richie Mahjong with me? I've never played Mahjong before. Apparently it's really big with old people right now. What is the Thunder Run? Is that Vietnam thing where like, it's a Mahjong winter? It's been a Mahjong 2025 from what I get. All right. We'll play some Tarkov, I guess. I'll fire up Tarkov. Do you think I'm that old? I don't know, man. I thought you might have just meant the date. I don't want to get into Mahjong. I've already got enough really old people interests. I've got enough old person interests. Okay. Hold on. Let me get everything ordered. Honestly, I guess we could do, well, no, I feel like I'm way too focused. Nah. We could play some arena. I think arena would be fine. We could do a little bit of arena, then maybe move over to regular Tarkov. We'll do that. Ooh, actually, never mind. Literally nobody wants to watch arena. Never mind. We'll do regular Escape from Tarkov. I was gonna do arena, and then I noticed that, like, literally, I was like 30 people watching arena. I was like, ooh. Hey, Tony, how's it going? Crunch is way better at this game than I am, dude. I cannot even depend, like start to get that good. All right, I'm gonna move us over to gaming. I'll see you guys in just a second, okay? Don't get stuck in the door, please. Hold on, I'm gonna wait for the game to start up, actually. Thank you.
Laughing Max penis.
I'm well aware.
In the door.
It definitely did.
Nice little penis. Yeah, that's gonna be so.
Shut your mouth. Oh, told a crap ton of it. Oh, that one. Right. I know what you're talking about now. I'm dumb. I was thinking about that one thing that Vietnam did, or what they did in Vietnam. What was the name of that operation? Where essentially, like, they flew in a bunch of Thunder Chiefs, which, like, MiGs at the time thought they could easily exploit. But then they kept a bunch of Phantoms behind the Thunder Chiefs. And when the MiGs came out to fight the Thunder Chiefs, they got fucking slaughtered. And it wiped out like 90% of the North Vietnamese Air Force. Nah, it wasn't Rolling Thunder. It was like an operation within that. But it was like one of the most decisive air campaign tactics used in the war. Was it Operation Bolo? Pretty crazy, honestly. I don't see why not, Hunger. Okay. So I've already got my little cult circle going. I'm doing some crafting. I gotta click Firefox because my fucking memory is crying out in pain. Oh god, it's not closing. Thank you. Hey, Graham Cracker Muncher. Alright. I'm gonna have to move this over a little bit. Okay. Hey, Neo Sonoyer. I can't read. Welcome in. How you doing? All right. Oh. I might as well. Is that your real voice? I mean, yeah, why? Alrighty. Got some fuel. Fueling. What else? I will admit, I'm not usually this loud, if that helps, Neo. Okay. Start that up. So I think we're still gonna play some reserve today. I'm gonna take it maybe much more slowly than I have been because I have been getting cooked as of late. But we'll just see how it goes, I guess. Okay. Everything is prepped. Everything is crafting. Oh, I forgot. I gotta see if my Bitcoin miner is ready to be upgraded. Oh, it is! Hooray! Okay, now I gotta fucking find space for that. Shit. Okay, we have enough. Thank you for the alert, Graham Cracker Muncher. I'll happily take your organs. I found an iconic meme about the Maxim. I'll post it in the Discord. I'll check it out in a moment. Alright. Yeah, that's the only thing I need found in raid. I need 9 of these. Oh dear God. 1, 2, no, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. One, 2. Oh my God, those are expensive. 3, 4, 5, 6. That is actually so insanely expensive. Noted. Get PSUs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I still need more. I need 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I found this out. Apparently people in Tarkov, unironically, there are people that actually, no joke, only sit and play the market for the game. Like, as in, like, they only sit there and buy and sell things on the market for rubles, which blows my fucking mind. They literally just play stock simulator. Yeah, so, like, hold on. You see this guy here that's selling 134 CPU fans? What he does is that he just sits there and watches CPU fans, buys all of them less than, like, 2,200 until he has 100 of them and then sells them in bulk on the market for 24. It's insane. Yeah, Wall Street Simulator. It's actually insane. All good, Benjamin. Yeah, there are people in MMOs that do just really do that. It's crazy. Okay, we're gonna do a fun little scav raid. I don't have to really pay attention to those. We can just kind of fuck around. Actually, let me check my quests real quick. Honestly, we might just do that. We might just chill most of the day. And not really... just literally eliminate a PMC. Bet. A gold pistol. Why not? Easy. And then we'll just, like, I don't know. We'll probably just, like, do scavs for today. I am a big baby. I just like paying attention to chat, not having to worry. That's really difficult. Really? I can't do those, man. I'm stupid. Thank you for the lurk, Tony. Whoa! Welcome in, Raiders! Welcome in, everybody. My name's Hara Rae Sol. I'm an Egyptian Peregrine Sun Goddess. I do War Thunder variety and history streams. And today, we did a history stream chatting about the history of firearms, playing a little bit of Tarkov. Thank you for the raid, Tarn. How was your stream? What were you up to, dude? How did it go? Hopefully today goes better than the other day in Tarkov. That's why I'm saying we might just play scavs. That, or we'll just play to see how far I can rampage before I die. At this point. Like, go into it expecting to die. Alright. Okie dokie. But how's everyone faring in the snow? Anybody else having to deal with a lot of it? It's actually crazy how much ice is still left. From what I understand, I'm like quite literally trapped in my neighborhood. Ooh, 28 minutes left. There's a lot of time on this raid. And we're at Weather Station. We can get some cool stuff. Maybe. Or I'll die very early. Just wet and cold. Oh, that's the worst. Really? All your roads are clear? I'm so jealous. I wish mine were clear, man. Well, I would have to go to work, but at the same time, which means I wouldn't be streaming right now, but it also means that I could finally do what I've been trying to do for the past few weeks and go shopping for some clothes and actually go to the movies or something. I hope that it's mostly melted by Saturday, but isn't melted on Friday, you know, so I miss work. Wait, wow, I was playing the new Arc Raiders update. Let's go! I actually was talking with Chad about getting it on Friday. How are you liking Arc Raiders? We actually just got onto Tarkov, so 15 to 20 centimeters? That's crazy. How often do you stream? I stream every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Wednesdays and Fridays are at 7 p.m. CST, while Sundays are at 2. We also should be having shorts like almost every day. We've been having some problems with it as of late, but it's starting to get back on track. Considering I have 300 hours in it, I'd say I enjoy it. Sheesh, you're probably really good at it. I don't know. I play Tarkov, but I'm like, I don't know. Something about Arc Raiders is intimidating. The robots actually scare me. They seem way smarter than scavs. And much more of a threat. The PvE is great. The matchmaking is phenomenal. That's what I hear. Because I like the matchmaking where it's like, hey, if you just want to be a silly little guy and loot and kill robots with other people, you can do that. I really do like that. Wait, are they actively learning? Are they seriously learning from players? That's horrifying. I'm not okay, I never thought that there would be machine learning in my funny extraction shooter that kind of looks like discount Star Wars, but that's horrifying. It's really cool, though. I'm not a fan of the AI voices, but I'm willing to look past it for all the other cool innovations. See you, Neo. Thanks for stopping by, dude. If you want to join the Discord or join my Twitter, I'm there too as well. If you want to catch me between stream days. Ooh, Grizzly. That'll be nice in case I get filled full of holes. Notice I said filled full of holes and not my holes filled, chat. I'm doing better. Hope it's not a voice changer. It's not, but it's weird that that's a non-negotiable. Or, I guess, not that it's a non-negotiable, more like that you're so paranoid about it. So some of the flying arc that used to avoid buildings will now go inside. The indoor ones are coming outside. Oh, dear fucking Christ, I hate that. Will do, Tarn. I am gonna start looking for people to collab with, so. Ooh, hello. Can I get something really cool? Diary and a horse. All right, well, I'm gonna drop the beer. Give me the diary. Drop the pineapple juice in the lamp. Give me the cat. Catter. And screw the bandage. We'll take the rubles. Still no skull ring. I need that really fucking bad, but it is what it is. No, I get you, Tarn. I am rooting for you, of course. Okay, there is still 23 minutes left in this raid. Going to, what do you call it? The bunker is almost assuredly a death sentence. And going up here probably isn't a great idea either, but yay, let's go, Tarn. Congratulations, dude. You deserve it. You really do. Alrighty. I can tell. So does anyone else have, like, subconscious anxiety? Does anyone else have that? Like, you don't feel anxious, but you realize by the way your body acts that you are anxious? Because I'm like that, and I get that a lot. Like, stress. No, not anticipation anxiety. Like, Like, you're actually just, like, passively anxious and you don't realize it until you, like, start to chill out. But, I have that all the time. Very frequently. And I can tell because my leg bounces up and down like it's doing right now. And my mind gets a little racy and I talk a little faster. So even when I feel relaxed, like, I'm okay on Tarkov, I'm fine, I'm relaxed. Even my body's like, panic, panic, panic. Someone stole your kill. Should have finished it off. I'm consciously aware of all my anxiety. I don't know, maybe I need to have the mentality of Wishy. I watch Wishy play Tarkov sometimes, and she quite literally, like, strolls her way through every map like this, like, super slow, just kind of chilling, just kind of hanging out, and she, like, doesn't die, and I'm like, how the fuck do you do that, but I get massacred of running a mile a minute? It's not like she goes out kitted either. She goes out with pretty simple stuff. She's just probably really smart. It's because I haven't eaten. That makes sense. Low blood sugar. Good lord, someone is absolutely bringing down the hammer downstairs. Ooh, a Clin. Need that hawk as well. Take that. Some better actual, like, gear would be nice. Don't have. In terms of, like, I don't know, carrying space, I don't really have a whole lot. Holy shit, yeah, there are people still fighting downstairs. Big time. Well, it's definitely a good idea to not go over there. And there's a dead man out in the street. Okay, there's an alive scav. So hopefully that means this area is safe right now. If not, I'm going to be sad. Oh, it's not safe. It's not safe. It's not safe. It is not safe. I just got shot at from the wall. Oh, God. Fear. Fear. Hey, Jordan. We are going to hide. I am going to hide in here until I am left alone. So long, fair, brave, homeless European man. Welcome back, Tony. Oh, yeah, there's someone big in there, all right. They are chunky. Yeah, there's definitely a PMC in there. We're just gonna hang out for a little bit. I will pray that they don't come and try to find me in here. Oh, I hear them running. It is going pretty well, Hunger. How's yours going? Honestly, I've been wanting to stream for the past 3 or 4 days. I've, like, not been able to really, do anything. I've been really bored. I heard smart. Do we talk about the bottom right corner? Wait, what do you mean? Are you saying I'm smart? I'm not smart, dude. I know history stuff. That's it. I've been getting bonked on Discords because I don't know how to work it. What do you mean? Alright, sounds like you might have left and gone that way. Maybe. Hopefully. I don't see anybody in there. Let's hope it stays that way. I'm gonna try to run out the side back here and get into school. Oh, well, I want to search this first. Big trunk. History stuff is smart. I do feel like a lot of people have that one area that they're really wise in. Ooh, tier 5 armor. Yeah, I don't really have any place to put it. I want to go get the dead guy. Nope, there's definitely someone still here, all right. They just shot a scav out behind me. Can't see them over the console. Yeah, they're definitely still here. Shit. I feel like I am being hunted. Does anyone ever feel like they're not like, you know, they say that like man is like the most dangerous game? I feel like that's not true. I feel like if I was out in the jungle knowingly being hunted by somebody and I see 2 McDoubles and a large fry and a large Coke just sitting down in the middle of the jungle floor, I would get caught. I'd eat it. I'd die. And you know what? I think it'd be worth it too. Oh, he's there. Can I shoot through this? I can't. Uh-oh. I can't shoot through this. That's a good thing, I guess. That is horrifying. How much time is left? 16 minutes? Leave the map! There's nothing for you to do anymore. Go home. Good God. Alright. I think I'm gonna make the run for school. I will likely die doing it. But here we go. Running! Hop it! Yeah! Oh wow, we made it. How surprising! Now we can loot. To capture Hara, you need to place a 20 missing nail on the ground and she'll eventually show up with the right dipping sauce. Absolutely. Problem is, I still can't loot anything because my pockets are full. The guy with the big backpack's down there dead on the ground. It sucks. Fucking Chad Thundercock with his stupid fucking 1x6 M4 won't leave the building. Alright, we can drop the grizzly at least. If I start bleeding out, we will come back for the grizzly. Yeah, it's a heli. Yeah, it's a helicopter. A hindy. Maybe I can get a hand grenade and at least balance things out a little bit. Sweet and sour's not bad. It's an impact. Maybe I can kill somebody with that. I really just want a bigger backpack. That is like literally all I want. What is that? What is that? What is that thing? What are you? You a magazine? Yeah, you are. And not the titty kind. Chicken Hindi. It's a Soviet troops' favorite, especially when in Afghanistan. That actually might be a PMC. No, it's not. Whatever he is, he's worm food. Beats walking? Definitely. You're still likely to get hit by a man pad, though. How did everyone enjoy the firearm discussion? Hey, Bartimaeus! It was really good! It was a lot of fun. Oh god, a VPO 215? There's not really a whole lot to do with that thing. Maybe it has a good round on it. We might be able to get one shot off to kill a PMC. Let's check it. EKO! Oh, it's cheeks. It was a lot of fun, though. You're still allowed to ask me some gun-related questions if you want, or still talk about it. Just cause the slideshow's over doesn't mean, like, we're done talking about it. Good cheeks or bad cheeks? Bad cheeks. Booty cheeks and not in the cute way. These butt cheeks have no dimples. Is there still a dead scav out here? Still sure is. DVD. Cord. Okay, if that guy can crouch there and not get blown to pieces, I probably can too. Oh, never mind. He sees him. Where's he at, buddy? Point him out. Point him out. Oh, I see him. He's running out the back. Oh, he's second floor. Yeah, fuck him up. Let him know. Let that thing bark. Are those PMCs actually, like, really afraid of a homeless man with, like, what is an AK that's probably shooting, like, some of the shittiest rounds known to man? There's still somebody sniping. Oh, God, they're way on up there. They didn't just actually run out the back. That's crazy. All right, well, if I would have known that standing out in the open, popping some shots at him would have made him run away, I would have done that long ago. Hara gets blown away trying to do the same thing. Look, if one of them shows up, I'll take a shot, but I'm not going to move out in the open. Not without serious risk of gain. Like, if I wanted to buy a cannon in $17.99, could I? I don't know that, actually. That's a good question. I think what would stop you more than likely is just price. I don't know if that's a bad guy or a good guy. I think it was just, like, more during that time period. It was lightly looked upon as, like, what would I ever need that for? You know what I mean? Because, I mean, people didn't really have a lot of disposable income in early America. So I would imagine, and you don't really want to heft around a cannon, so. I have a lot of money in $17.99. Don't ask how I have that money. I mean, if it's $17.99, I would imagine you were robbing banks, but. Yeah, you also need a full crew for a cannon. They're still shooting. Oh, no. There is somebody still in the building. I really hope that wasn't a scav. It was a scav. I hope I didn't hit him. Sir, did I hit you? If I did, please don't shoot at me. I apologize sincerely. Okay, I think I missed. Thank God I have bad aim. I can't believe there's still a PMC in there. Oh, he's still in there, all right. Where you at? Oh, my arms are tired. The only thing that can stop a bad guy with a cannon is a good guy with a cannon. That's what I'm saying. The cannon is for deterrence theory? That's crazy. How the fuck? I don't know who this scav is fighting. But how the fuck is he not killing this scav? That is not a scav, I don't think. Maybe it is. I have spent more time being afraid of dying than looting. I'm a failure of a homeless man. Thank God I missed that other scav. Jesus Christ. You get imported on a machine gun in 1918. I was about to say, I don't think there was a lot of restrictions on it, because, I mean, think of the number of private citizens that, like, straight up just, like, went to the Congo and shit and just started fucking things up for capital, bro, I mean, it was for, are you serious? There are 9 minutes left in the raid, and you're still in the raid. This is why Tarkov is hitting the point where it's ridiculous. You're a PMC, and you've just been sitting up in Dome for 40 minutes. Get a job. Nah, this is what happens when the unemployed are allowed to be hyper-competitive. That's crazy. Yeah, dude's got a prestige. Bro is so unemployed, it's not even funny. And a 7 KD. Yeah, okay. Sure thing, buddy. Rin did that the other day and I actually went AFK mid-raid to scroll on socials. Jesus Christ. I mean, we didn't really lose anything, so I'm not mad. It's just like, what the fuck are you doing there, my guy? Employment. Do you seek it? Like, it is 11:13 on a Wednesday night. Like, and bro is just like, yeah, you know, like, he's Mr. Incredible. He's like, yeah, I got 40 minutes to spare. But, like, I have work in the morning. Hey, Lorelai. What's up? Mochi Mochi Bird Dasil. Alright, we're gonna go out as a PMC, I guess. Check the ends. This is porn, I swear to God. Oh, that's sick. I love it. I love it. In a few hours, he's like clock in as a Hungarian taxi driver. Why that specifically? Why that specifically? Why a Hungarian? Why that? Do you know a lot of Hungarian taxi drivers? Honestly, that sounds like... Me asking that sentence sounds like a code word for, like, secret ops. Like, I'm gonna meet you in, like, a distinct, like, hidden location and walk up to you and sit, like, back to back with you at, like, a cafe and be like, so do you know of any Hungarian taxi drivers? And you respond with, only in Prague, and then you slip me over, like, a flash drive with, like, $1 billion... like dollars on it or something. Or like the secrets to some nuclear tech. Alright, let's see if we got anything back. Oh, loading. Mr. Propboard. Okay, I have nothing I want back yet. Hungarian taxi drivers all love CSGO and Tarkov. Really? How would you know this? How do we know this? Where are you all getting this information? I would very much like to know. Honestly, I might. No, we won't take the VPO out. I think I'll take the OPSKS out and I'll just put another sight and suppressor on it. Good God, this is not, like, sorted well at all. Give me that. Move up. I will find a way to organize my things someday. Okay, that is much better. Still not where I want it to be, but it is much better. Yo, what's up, proactive, omnipresent vessel? What's up, dude? How's it going? The internet? What do you mean by the internet? What are we talking about? I'm so lost. I am once again lost in asking for your context. I'm wearing my context hat. I deserve context. Okay. Do I have... I do not have an Hexagon SKS on me. Alright. That's a 1x6. That's a 4x24. That's a 4x30. Are there any 2x scopes that aren't stinky ass, non-hollow UTGs? I don't think so. So I guess we'll go with the UTG. I guess we'll take the UTG. Probably could have just bought this one part, but it's fine. Assemble. Okay. OPSKS. Okay, yeah, I don't have it. So we'll just buy ourselves a hexagon SKS real quick. Okay. There it is. 25K ain't too bad. Hopefully, just as usual, people will not take my gun and just take the the suppressor. Hara Moshi Moshi Bird Datsu. I own too many games on Steam. Well, then play them. I saw some potent FUD lore on Facebook. They claimed the SKS stood for single Kalashnikov shot. That's crazy. What kind of jackass believed that crap? Alright. More PS, please. You might just... Can I unhook these mid-shot? I actually don't know. I think I can. I don't want to take that many shots anyway. We might just take like 35. And manually load. Because I like making myself have scarier situations. We're going to take a... Do we even... Yeah, we'll just take a big backpack. It's not like I really want it back anyway. Repair. Ears. Okay, we got everything we want. Think so. Think we're good. Okay. Let's go. We actually look really, like, legit, and then I'm just gonna get tapped in the forehead, as usual. I might look scary, chat, but I'm really weak and will cry if you hit me. SKS stands for Super Cool Skun. Oh, I love that. That's sick. Same sort of guy who calls the Soviets Russians also doesn't get that the RPG doesn't stand for rocket-propelled grenade. Yeah, it definitely doesn't. What if I give you head pats? Then I will likely be happier. I'll also lick your hand. How does that feel, nerd? Hand licked. You're mine now. That's how that works. And Steam told me I already own it. Ouch. You got bird germs? Yeah, and you fucking love them, don't you? It makes you feel dirty, you little slut. See you, Butter. Sleep well, dude. I think you gotta go to the doctor now, yeah. Absolutely. Like Saruman does with that Urukai? I don't know what you're talking about, but that sounds crazy. I will lick every Haraglyph's hand in the place. I'll do it. You're gonna have a radioactive sunburn mark just like up your hand. I need 10 minutes? Oh dear God. That's crazy. All the Saruman orcs have white handprints on their face, so I thought they were just high-fiving. That's how they high-fived in their culture. Dude, honestly, what if, I bet you $5, there's like an Urban Dictionary. There's like an Urban Dictionary entry that's called like the Urukai High Five, and it's like, describes it as like when you come on your hand and slap your friend in the face. I would not be surprised if that's a thing. If it's not, we better get on Urban Dictionary right now and make it one. Pickle Hara Redeem? Oh, I'll give you a pickle, all right. Why do I hang out here? I think that'd be really funny. I'm just saying. How many stones do you weigh? I don't know, like maybe, what is it, like 4 big ones? You laugh at all the jokes you make, though? Absolutely. I think I'm the funniest person on the planet. There's nothing I find funnier than my own jokes. Nothing on Urban Dictionary. I'll take my $5 now. What do you mean $5? It wasn't a bet. I just asked you to put it on there if you did. It wasn't there. What do you mean? What are you talking about? You're the second funniest? As I am the funniest nerd? Wrong? What are you, like, from Reddit? That reminds me when I had a friend that was like, I've deleted all my Reddit accounts. And I was like, really? Why? And he was like, someone tried to argue with me for 30 minutes on how to wipe my own ass. And I was just like, all right, well, that's honestly a really good reason. So I was like, that's a really good reason. Yo! Gear, thank you for the gifted sub, dude. Oh, God, I really don't want to be here. It's a scary spot to be in. All of my spawns lately on this map have been dog duty. I'm not a fan. All right. Luckily, I don't know if there's another spawn over here. So we might be okay for a minute. The earliest part of Reserve is easily the scariest. It's when all the chads are running around. The only use I have for Reddit is Warhammer, other nerd shit, and fluffy animals. Honestly, I feel like making a Reddit account is just like asking for poor mental health. Like, I really feel like doctors should start, like, asking, like, do you have a social media account? And what if you do on, like, which social medias? Ooh, those are worth a lot, actually. Move a hot rod. Does up my ass, 'cause they're worth 90K even if I don't get out with it. We paid for our run! And there are people fighting! Okay, I don't want to go back out into the hell, but I think I have to for a quest, so we're going to be doing that. Oh, I didn't get the 2 times. I got the regular red dot shit. Oh, well. Have you seen the America Wizard? I have not seen the America Wizard. Please explain. I would love to know more about it. Okay, I don't see anyone out there. Up there, rather. I can't pet bobcats, Hara. I have such depression. Okay. What do you want me to do about that, champ? Do you want me to make bobcats domesticated? That's not exactly something I can do. I'm the goddess of Egypt, not the goddess of wild cats. What's like the chick from He-Man, She-Ra, or whatever? I don't know. That's a guy. And it's no longer a guy. Whoa. 762 by 39 be upon ye. Also, I definitely just felt something crawl up my leg, and I don't like that. I really feel like I'm waffling and not looting because I'm scared, because I don't know where people are. But, I don't know if I really have the option otherwise. You probably know the god of cats. Yeah, I know the god of cats. If you ever tried to get a cat to do something, you might as well ask the opposite. What's next? You want me to ask Tzinch to bring order to the world? Yeah, that's not happening, brother. Not today, not tomorrow, not in 6 eons from now. You know what? Good point. That's what I said. I get it. You get me now. I think I just saw someone walk in front of me. No. Guess not. Must have been the wind. Praying. She might be wrong. I think there was somebody out there. How long has it been? Like 5 minutes? I don't know. I'm really scared to run at my weather station. It's such a fucked up place. Yo, thank you for the follows, Spartan Rax. Welcome in, dude. How you doing? Weather station has just been so, like, busy lately. That sounds fucking sick. That just sounds like modern Gilgamesh. A modern, way more broken Gilgamesh. So somebody's fighting over there. I don't see anybody on the hill. Okay, let's go. He's friends with a Canadian barbarian. I don't know what to think or say about that, I'm gonna be honest. God, there's almost definitely somebody here, man. I'm so scared. Hey, Guns, welcome in, dude. Oh, nobody spawned here. The door's not open. Nothing much. We got done talking about the history of guns earlier. Now we're just playing some Escape from Tarkov. All of these actually fit in my dock's case. Let's go. Someone's here. Son of a bitch. He's right there. Oh, and he got me immediately. God damn it. Son of a bitch, man, I heard him. I must have missed. I should have shot it first. I couldn't tell if that was his head or not. I bet you anything I hit him in the head and it didn't kill him. Unfortunate. That stinks. Ah, man, I've been so unlucky, man. Oh, God, yeah, he probably one-tapped me in the chest. 1,400 kills? Okay, bro, I don't believe that shit at all. That's crazy. Yeah, I somehow missed him. Dude, okay, look, I don't mean to, like, without proof, call people cheaters, but if you have a 7 KDA and you've died as many a times as you survived, you're probably cheating. Yeah, it's Tarkov. I don't know, maybe I need to change maps. Maybe maps at this point, Reserve, has just become absolutely, like, compromised. Reserve really wasn't that bad for a long time, but now it's, like, really brutal. Prestige equals unemployed? Probably. But again, I'm not gonna shit on the guy. It's just, like, that's a really suspicious profile. Interchange is a vibe. Interchange is okay. Maybe Interchange is finally cooled off, because there was a lot of people on Interchange using it to kill, like, new people, just, like, stomp new people. Okay. $29 kills a day, every day. Jesus Christ, that's Jason Bourne. Yeah, he's got hacks, probably. You should try Arena Breakout Infinite. I've heard that a lot, and I would totally be willing if I didn't plan on buying Arc Raiders on Friday. I don't know. I hate, like, calling people cheaters, especially on stream, because, like, it makes it sound like I'm salty. But with, like, legitimate with how bad the hacking problem is in Tarkov, it becomes a point where it's like, you look way too good at this game to be believable. You're probably cheating. Okay, well that loads. Give me like 2 seconds. I'm gonna check something real quick. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum. Alright. Already in. 23 minutes. Probably still people running around, but it is what it is. Nah, that's normal. Okay, Beetle, I don't know what you're trying to do, dude, but chill. Just chill for me, buddy. I'm broke. Oh, does that just say unlucky? Oh, okay. Yeah, I got cut off, so I couldn't tell. Oh, dead guy. That's a good start. Yoink. You are Amelia Earnhardt, sir, and I am a coconut crab. I am here for your things. Thank you very much. Do you play games with viewers sometimes? We play War Thunder, I usually do. Usually depends on the game. Yeah, the layout does mess it up. It's a 133. 8.5 buck is pretty scary, though. Oh, another dead guy. It's got a 155. Slugs. Yep. Every time. So what we're gonna do is we're actually gonna take this MP155 and we're gonna ready rack all the rounds, or just rack all the rounds out of it. Like so. I think it's Control R. Yeah. Pump all the slugs out of it, because slugs, when you fire quick succession, don't matter. And instead, we're gonna take all the 8.5 centimeter Magnum off this guy and shove it in here. It'll be impossible to control, but if we hit somebody, they're gonna feel the pain. Hara's a baddie, chat. Damn right I am. Don't you forget that. Certainly have a tube of 3. Is that an M4? An SR-25? Excuse me? He has a whole SR-25 Blackbird? Yeah, that's actually crazy. Why does he have an SR-25? He's got a whole... does he have a Blackbird in his pocket, chat, or is he just happy to see me? There's like nothing on it either. I think it's empty. Oh, it's a player. Oh, and he got me immediately. He knew I was here. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. This is pretty bad. Doesn't AR stand for assault rifle, but when the SCG-44 was made for assault breaches? I don't... AR does not stand for assault rifle. It stands for Armalite. How many kills does this guy have? A 5 KDA. Wow. I am starting to increasingly believe that maybe the only people left playing this game might be cheating. This is getting really bad. There isn't even a fight? Yeah, because they can see me through a wall, probably. This is getting really bad. I think we're just going to try a different map, because this is getting legitimately horrible. But yeah, AR stands for Armalite. I think is it Armalite rifle? 7 KDA and 5 KDA. I mean, like, 5 isn't insane, but the fact that he was so ready for me and instantly head tapped me, he's probably cheating. Again, I hate, like, saying it because it makes me sound salty, but there are legitimately so many cheaters in Tarkov that it's extremely hard to tell. Okay. Frankly, I need to figure out how Wishy and Cora deal with it, because good fucking lord. I already checked, Laura. What's up, Lorelai? Mochi Mochi Bird Datsu. These contact 5s need to be sold. Oh my, really? Really? Midstream. Oh my, okay. Nah, that's crazy. You're insane, hope you know that. Alright. I'm not unimpressed! I can't react because I'm a stream nerd. Guys, she's not literally moaning. I think she's unimpressed. You're so fast. What do you mean? What do you mean by that? You're so hot, brother. Okay. That. I lost all my hot rods. Good thing I've got 50 more. Oh, how fast Lorelai is. I mean, gooning does incredible things, young Padawan. All right.
I mean, I could squirt it in my mouth for $20.
Yeah, I could. So what? Okay. I think I'm just gonna take another 545 AK out. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ. Jesus crust. Unfold. Take this out. We're just gonna play a different map, and hopefully I don't get shit on as hard. That is gonna be my cope. Honestly, I might even just like fucking run customs at this rate. Load ammo. We're just gonna load in. Do I not have any BP? Oh, it's 556. I forgot. Wait. Oh, that's 545 by 39. These are 556 mags. I'm stupid. I need to put this up. Hold. Back to whence you came from. Where's my... Do I really not have another 545 AK? Yo! Thank you for the sub, Ari! Welcome in. How you doing? I forget if we talked about it, Ari. Are you even still playing Tarkov? I feel like you stopped playing for very good reason. Whoa, chill, dude. Okay. M855A1, M855, M855. I'm waiting for the snow to go away before I play again. Right. I think I just actually died to 2 hackers in a row. Which feels really bad. Again, I feel like so stupid saying it. Because there's no other game where I'm like, I think I died to a hacker. But like, legitimately, you cannot tell with Tarkov, dude. People are just like much better than they were at the beginning of Wipe. I'm getting instantly head tapped around corners. Like, my speculation, my air of disbelief is waning. Okay. We're gonna run with this. We're gonna run a different map than Reserve. Maybe all the cheaters just ran up Reserve. I don't know what map I'm gonna play because Reserve is usually my map, but I guess we could run Interchange. I just don't feel comfortable on Interchange is my problem. Definitely don't feel comfortable on Woods. Yeah, we'll run Interchange. Why not? Honestly, we might just play the co-op PvE if this doesn't go well and just kind of fuck around. Gotcha, Hunger. Oh, you had to reinstall Windows? Ew, I'm sorry. That sucks. Anyway, Lorelai, I will happily commission you to solid line and color that. I really like it. The co-op's really fun, at least. Well, the co-op, like, only puts up against scabs, so I feel more inclined to play that right now with how many people are just immediately turning corners and headshotting me. So, I think I'm just might play that instead. Like, okay, see, the thing is, I've been playing a lot of Arena lately. I don't get blasted as hard in Arena as I do in Tarkov. And Arena, you'd think, would be where people who are much better at fighting would stay because they're so good at tapping heads because of practice, you know? That does not happen at all in Arena. But in regular Tarkov, I am constantly peeked around corners and instantly head tapped. I don't know, maybe it's because I play a little bit more timidly in this, but it really does feel really suspect. Thank you, Michael the Soft. Very cool. It's actually Michelangelo the soft drink. That's his full name. Dumb joke. I mean, did you expect a smart one? You know, honestly, I think you're kind of dumb for expecting a smart joke. Let's be honest. You win this round, I win every round. What do you mean? Have I ever even lost before? It's one of those situations where even when I lose, I was just letting them win. That is exactly how that works. Uh-huh, yeah, sure. I mean, do you have any proof otherwise? Later, 10. Thank you for stopping by, hon. Hope to see you back on Friday for some fun in Vegas. Oy. Also, yeah, 10's been in the Discord, I think, for a very long time. I love Q from Tarkov. That's what I'm saying, dude. All right. Even in PvE, I'm like, okay, this is all bots. How does this work? Baffling. Because they still have to connect you to a server, I guess, is the idea. Okay. M855. Actually, change magazines real quick. I meant to use the M856 round magazine. Still M855. All right, well. We're starting off pretty delayed here because I'm trying to figure out what magazine is the good ammo in case I run across a PMC first. Okay, there's the 55A1. We're good. We can go now. And now I get shot in the forehead. All right, where we at? I think that... Okay, the scav area is over here for scav loot. I think we're just gonna go this... Is it this way? It's this way. We're just gonna go over here and go loot the little scav area. The little fancy scav extract. I don't think there's anyone else that really spawns over here. So I think we'll be okay. I don't know, actually. I very rarely spawn and go over here on interchange. Good spot to loot, but it gets crowded. That's what I'm saying. I don't mind fighting. I just want to fight actual people. Like, I don't even mind losing. I just want to fight and lose to actual people. Not someone that's able to see me through 5 billion walls and line up a headshot before they turn the corner. Actually, now that I think about it, there might be a spawn back here. Wanted with Angelina Jolie. Yeah. Wait, why do you feel like that's for me, dude? What do you mean? I can't curve bullets. I don't think Angelina Jolie got a headshot in the first 5 minutes of the movie. UCW. Ooh, 7 in 40? Holy crap. That's Eaglenik. It's really good ammo. And I'm probably gonna die with it. It is what it is. Reminds me I need to come out here and loot as a scav. Is that a scav or a player? How am I not hitting him? 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 How am I not hitting them? How did I not hit anything? Are you kidding? I mean, at least it was an actual fight, but oh my god. All right, well, this sucks. Nah, that was a totally fair fight. I just somehow missed everything. I'm blown away. That was just me being naturally bad, so. But at least it was people with normal gear and I wasn't getting cheated. Yeah, that's a normal guy, dude. Wait, hold on. Why does this character look like his name is like Jose and like works at Home Depot? 7 hits. Okay, I feel like I hit more than that, but whatever, dude. Oh, well. He does, dude. It's the mustache. Okay, interchange, I at least didn't die to cheaters immediately. I'm much more willing to play interchange, I guess. Escape from Home Depot. Did you guys know that that they have a lot of what do they call it? Free sample toilets in Home Depot? You ever tried them out? You ever taken them for a spin? I hate that. What do you hate about it? What do you hate about it? What's hateable? I don't get it. What do you hate about it? I hate that image so much. Someone's never tried out the free sample toilets before, I see. I'm judging. Born to shit, forced to white. That's what I've been saying. I've been saying that for years. It's bullshit. Big man wants to keep me down by forcing me to wipe. It's bullshit. Alright. I think I have some stuff in insurance. Take out this rig. These goggles. Yoink. I'm gonna need all of these slots. Hand grenade would be nice. Yoink. Unload. I'm gonna have to buy more PBM. I almost clicked reserve and I would have been so fucking sad. You with your bird pants down in the middle of a Home Depot on the 23rd dump to see the quality under strain? That's crazy, dude. What am I eating? Okay, I gotta quiet down a little bit. I'm gonna tear my throat out at this point. The worst is using the doors they have on display to the second story of their shelving. Yeah, but how else are you gonna test the hinges, you know? I mean, the scarier part is that I'm using the free sample toilets, and you know for a fact there would be a Home Depot guy standing there like, so as you can see, this one is just a little special. It's got, you know, the little indentions that, you know, increase the curvature around your butt cheeks. I'm just like, very nice. Sitting there watching. You have one of those romp jumpers that is one solid piece of clothing? Correct. I do not have two pieces of clothing on, as you can clearly see here. Where how my tail feathers come out, that is for you to figure out in your head canon. Let's just say there's a diamond down there, too, that shows a little bit of cleavage. Honestly, I've actually never thought about that, but, I mean, that would totally be on brand. A smaller diamond. Oh my god, back muscles. Gear completely missed what I was talking about. Just squat over it like a Slav. Bro, if you're putting the feet on the top of that fucking toilet. My god. Uninterested. So you just chose to have your own little, like, lewd fantasy instead? Is that what I'm understanding here? Give me a minute, I'm trying to figure out how to be funny. No, it's fine, take your time. Alright, we're running a catter. We're back to our roots. We're gonna do great. I believe. I believe. I still can't believe I didn't kill either of those guys, though. I'm actually so angry. I'm actually furious. I know for a fact I should hit those guys more than 7 times, but whatever. I literally mag dumped both of them and somehow didn't kill either. Whatever. Whatever. I'm over it. That was last game. This is this game. Honestly, I really should probably run some customs. I do have the mark key for it, and it's not the worst idea. Is bloom a thing in this game? No, what is like mildly unrealistic, ow, rude, is that the recoil for guns in this game is like way bouncier than it realistically should be. I've never fired an AK on full auto before, but I've never like shot an AK semi-auto and been like, oh my god, I literally can't control it. Also doesn't help that I am lagging still. I'm getting micro stutters. Which probably doesn't help in gunfights. It was doing so good at the beginning of the wipe, and now that we've gotten further into it, it feels like it's just gotten worse. It's like every couple of seconds now, too, which is just really frustrating. Okay, so we're praying we don't run across Killa or Tagilla, because I will cry my eyes out, because I literally cannot kill either of them. Well, actually, I guess I can technically kill Tagilla. I just have to hit all 30 rounds in his mask and kill his head, and literally, like, destroy his head through blunt force trauma. We're trying to make our way to tack. Oh god, this lag is bad. Honestly, that might be why I've been dying so much, just because I'm lagging so fucking much. It's like, I'm literally just dropping FPS repeatedly. Hold on. Nothing on my computer is, like, having problems. Nah, it's not a restart. The restart's not the problem. It's the fact that, like, Tarkov itself is just extremely poorly optimized. And even though my computer's not having problems, the game is for some reason. And I don't know why. So that's up into the main area. Eurojank, what an interesting way to describe it. All right, let's go. Okay, oh my god, there was a boss. Remember when I said I hope I don't see Killa or Tagilla? We saw Killa or Tagilla or one of his guards. This is actually so unlucky, man. Yeah, this is about how Tarkov's been going for me for a couple weeks. It's just very unlucky. The stuttering definitely does not help. I might lower graphics and see if that fixes anything. Because, like, my computer's not having problems, but I'm sure the game has some kind of memory leak, and it's probably fucking it up pretty bad. Yep, it was Killa. I literally could not have killed him. Oh my god, our luck is terrible. I knew the chances of him being there were not low, but god damn it. I should have gone up the escalator. It is very interesting. I'm not sure why. Oh god, stream's dropping frames too, I'm realizing. Okay, Tarkov. What the fuck? Time to belt feed locked, my favorite bird. I need it. I will happily accept it, honestly. Yeah, it's actually lagging like really badly. Jesus fucking Christ, Tarkov. Even the settings won't load. I did turn this on, so I'll probably turn that off. Turn off that. We're just gonna, like, lower the graphics, I guess. Can't even set that to performance. Probably turn off post FX as well. I think I remember my game lagging a little bit ever since I turned that on. Okay. We're going back to reserve. I don't mind reserving as a scav. It's like, you should have put your PC specs either on your about page or on each video description so people can suggest the prime settings. That might be a good idea. The problem is like, I mean, I've got a 5070 and a 9800 3XD or whatever it's fucking called. I don't know. Can't remember. A really high Ryzen chipset. I know a problem is likely the RAM, but I don't have $600 for RAM right now, so. But welcome in, Mayura Virus. How's it going? It's like a reward. You're not wrong. I love Christoph Waltz. Yeah, me too. He is one of my favorite actors, probably. Alrighty. I'm sure it'll be fine, dude. We'll get a good run, I promise. I believe. Nothing can break my spirit tonight. Can't tell if someone dropped that or actually just, like, that spawned that way. Oh, God, the train's here? Okay, yeah, there's not a ton of time. If you don't, you can take my liver. I've already got that, though. I don't need more of those. Well, I do, but not from you. Alright, we're gonna go see if we can find ourselves some OK ammo over here. Hopefully oh god, those raiders might have spawned actually. Never mind, going the other way. I forgot that there might be raiders over there. Oh god, yeah, there's still a little bit of lag. You a scav? You are. Yeah, he's got jeans on. He's good. He's cool. He's homeless. I know what you are. You're homeless. Just like me. Yo, the man who showers. What's up, man? I'm doing pretty good. How you doing? Alrighty. Oh, I didn't jump. Here we go. Weird. Excuse me, sir. I believe you're supposed to jump. Alright. Okay. What do you... Yeah? You looked like he was angry at something over there, but it doesn't look like it. That, I believe, is a guard. Just got done with another step in the grind for the T72 event. The grind blows, but I want it. Yeah, the grind is abysmal. And I don't grind for things for that reason. It's pretty bad. I do wish you luck on your grind though, Showers. It's really tough. Nothing good. I have no event tanks. I don't even know if that'll be a good one. I do wish you luck. Don't get me wrong. I don't need this anymore, actually. But yeah, like... What was that? Sounds like someone just shoved a finger up his ass. That was crazy. I've never heard that out of a scab before. Did he even get hurt or is he just a baby? He took 1 damage. That's crazy. It's whether or not your monitor can get the same or the same FPS without tearing. Yeah, I guess it could be tearing. That is not a bad idea. I don't know, it looks like we turned off some things and it's not lagging as badly as before. No, it's still not going great. Honestly though, I don't really know what screen tearing looks like. I don't think I've ever seen it. How go the raids? Fucking awful. I've honestly had 2 whole weeks of suffering on Tarkov. That's like not even a joke. Similar to my War Thunder grind then, yeah. I don't know, maybe my brain's just slow or something. Games period for me these past few weeks have just been really brutal. That's why I was taking breaks and playing Stardew and stuff. I'm like, the game can't go horribly with me if it's first person and super cutesy. That's a bunch of scabs, Jesus. Welcome back, Hunger. Ooh, nice rigging. I love watching and playing that game. It is a lot of fun. I don't think I need more than 60 rounds. I think the JSP6 isn't, it's not great. Never mind. There's one of those that looks like JSP6. That's really good ammo. That's what I'm saying, dude. You're not scaring me with that. Nice try. I've been brutalized so much today. I can't be afraid. I'm like Subaru from Ray Zero. I've died so many times. What is another death? You know? I'm past the point of traumatized. Probably about to die again, but you know what? It's fine. Hey, buddy. That's what I'm saying, man. I think I know what that ammo is. Never seen that before. Some kind of pistol ammo. It's not very good either. No, you got this. Thanks, guys. Do you have any armor? No, but you have a catter. Something I could use. And an AK mag. Okay. Never mind. This guy has the wrong ammo. There's only 8 minutes left. Oh my. It's a lot of banging. Some armor is better than no armor. Hello? Greetings. What's that? My guy's long daddy's been looted. So the fighting wasn't here, I don't think. Ooh, a strand hog. Hello, daddy. Oh, it's full. Oh no, it's just because I hadn't searched it. I'm stupid. Yoink. So we got some tier 4 armor, some AKM5, that ain't worth nothing. There's another dead guy in here. With a Thor, we'll take that. Got some armor to replenish what we've lost today. Not too bad. Take the, I can't take the rig as well. I just wonder where that fighting was that we just heard though. Let's go this way. We'll loot this and probably head on out. Be surprised if there's still a PMC running around. There's not much of a point. It's a dead gentleman. my God. Jesus Christ. It's a lot of dead folks. Someone cleaned out, man. What are we looking at? Yeah?
Ну что, неплохой день, господа.
Okay, so he's in that corner over there. Noted. You have 5 minutes, sir. 5 minutes. I know exactly where he is. I just don't think I can win if I see him. And I don't think he's gonna run this way. He's running out of time, though. The Sturm Tiger. The Sturm Tiger is a good get. Oh, he threw another one. Ugh. That was a voice call. Do you think he'll believe it? You think he'll believe it? Did you fall for it? Do you think I'm dead? Say yes. Yeah, I think they fell for it. Trust chat. I think they fell for it. I think they fell for it, chat. I think they fell for it. Honestly, I don't even know if he knows that he can just actually run out of here and I'm not gonna chase him. That scav seems very scared for some reason. I guess he like got a whiff of the dead bodies down there and was like, nah, dude, I'm fucking out of here. Oh, I actually have a hand grenade. Interesting. Alright, well, I'm gonna try my luck. Well, if he was there at some point, he's not anymore. Maybe. No, he's gone. Cowboy hat. Splint. I guess he left. I mean, I'm fine with it. Oh my. This wasn't him, was it? I don't think it was. If it was, that's crazy. Ooh, a voodoo. If it's not, he left a dead guy with some good stuff on him. Oh, we have 2 minutes. I'm probably not getting out of here. We didn't get anything anyway. We got some okay armor, but that's really it. I don't really care to lose this stuff. Actually, I don't know. If we have hull, I can probably still make it. Okay, we're going. What do we have? Do we have hole in the wall by mountains? We do! I might be able to get out of here after all. Running for freedom! I was about to say, like, by that point, I forgot I had a grenade, honestly. Them being stuck in there, that might have been an easy kill, but it's whatever. That was the guy who got shot as you walked away. I don't think he was, I don't think it was. Like, I was not that close to the corner. Yoink. Alright, well, we got out with some good armor, so I can't really complain. Easy, see, told you had it. Yeah, it was my expert acting skills that made him believe I died. And so he left me alone. Hara attacking the D point Tarkov. I'm always attacking that D point, dude. But welcome in, Matt. How's it going? Alright, we actually got out with some good armor that we can just run back out with. Gee, I wonder... Okay, we're just gonna take this stuff out of this. Ooh, that's actually really good armor, too. It's in good condition. Good condition. Ooh, actually, I should definitely put these in here and slap a gun in here. Boink. I don't know why I grabbed that ammo. That ammo is actually not that great. It is what it is, though. Alright, the prize that we got is the Strand Hog. I can actually do things with this. Raven will sell. Keep all that in there, I guess. 10K. Some BT. Okay. It's not a bad come up. Seen better, seen worse. Honestly, we might just run out with an M4 and just have some fun. The belt fed luck work. Let's go! Hell yeah, point that thing sideways. Wait, what do you mean by that? What are you getting at? Okay, we're just gonna take out this silly little M4. And this Strand Hog. Got some fucked up tier 4 on it, but that's okay. Headwear, we'll put on a... Put on one of these things. That thing looks funny. Wonder what's in here. Oh, ew. PS ammo. Gross. Stuff's useless. Okay. Disgusting. Yeah, that'll be fine. Can fold that. So, that there. Unload. Not taking in the slickers or the croutons. I don't take the croutons. Okay. So we have the Stanags. So I have any other good... Okay, I do have some more Stanags. And a Gin M3. A 60 rounder. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. There's a high chance to pin tier 4. See, that only pins tier 3. I forgot about that. I wonder if I can buy M855 yet. No. About M856. No? Okay, well that's horrifying. I don't really have a lot of ammo for this. Okay. That's probably the scariest part, is that I am repeatedly running out of ammo. For these kind of guns, which stinks, because they're very hard to get. Pack in another hot rod. Okay. What's my other docs case? Oh, whatever. We'll just put all these up. I don't have any keys for this map anyway. When in doubt, sweep the legs, especially if they're injured. 74 vertical recoil is actually really not great. Shit. Hold on. We're gonna have to change something on the kit here. So it's at 76. That would put us at 72. Really? So I can't get it lower than 71? But these things had low recoil, but I guess not. Might be due to my stock, actually. I have better grips that can help with ergo. It's +6 to ergo is crazy. That's actually nuts. That is a crazy luck. We'll make it a little bit better. Why not? I mean, we might as well. We have money. Put that thing on there. Give me a better scope. It actually gives +1 recoil. Yikes. Ah, we'll leave that as is. All right, time for M4 gaming. I'm sure there's quests I need for interchange, but at this point, I don't even really, like, super care. Just gonna cancel the insurance on that and just discard it when we get in the game. Yo, welcome back, guns. Hey, Panzer. When in doubt, sweep the legs, actually, though. Guess they're all gonna have to share, actually. You're not you and your scavving, Slickers lutifies. I wish, dude. Damn, that mask looks crazy. It does look kind of cool, but it looks kind of cool in the sense of, like, God, what's that brand of, like, shirts and stuff that, like, skaters used to wear?
Wow, it's very nice.
But it's, like, not skaters anymore. You know what I'm talking about? It's, like, only ever, like, really weird, like, truck people. Mark Echo? No, it's not that. Tap Out. It's Tap Out. Maybe that never was skater. It always had, like, skater vibes, but never, I don't think skaters ever actually wore them. It's like, it looks like a mask you'd buy from, like, Tap Out, is what it looks like. You should try Insurgency Sandstorm. I played it before. It just, I don't know, it doesn't have a lot of, like, replayability, in my opinion. It kept on showing up in like Tony Hawk stuff. Did it really? See, maybe that's why I'm like conflating it with like skater stuff. Yeah, I always remembered it in like in the mall when you go to like Zoomies. Like it would always be like, it never had van stuff in it because we had a van stuff in the mall, but it was like Tap Out and like Fox and like a bunch of like other stuff. I don't know. I was like, I like the skater like aesthetic, but I was never a skater, if that makes sense. Lids? Was it really in Lids? I thought Lids only sold hats. I wanted to snowboard so bad, or even in an area that has snowboarding. I feel like there were a lot of kids that wanted to like be known as like the surfer person without like living in an area that had even a beach. Oh, you did when you were a kid? Okay. You deserve more viewers. Well, thank you, Guns. I try my best, dude. But hey, tell your friends and family about me. I mean, you don't have to tell your family. That'd be kind of weird, but you can always, honestly, the biggest help you can do for for like helping streamers and small VTubers and stuff is literally just like coming up to stream and when you just see someone on social media, be like, hey, know any cool streamers? Just, tell them about me. No, tell your family they'll fall for the bird propaganda. Yes, invite your whole family into the cult. I'm gonna go to Japan to see the JDMs. What's a JDM? You mean it doesn't stand for Japanese dance music? I don't think. Are we? Oh wow, we're actually back over here. Okay. Gotta be ready. There could be people. Why am I slow? Stop letting it be slow. Invite your mom to the harem. Absolutely, man. One of my cousins is big in VTubers, so I could tell family, hey, at least you can share that with someone, I don't really have that, I don't really know anybody that's really into VTubers. I have friends that are, well, I guess, like, Peanut is technically a VTuber, I guess. But, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people still don't count him as one. I know people who watch Peanut, but that's like, literally it. Okay, so we're gonna go this way. We now know that people spawn over here. We're gonna sit on this hill and see if we can catch them off guard. That is if they did spawn over here. Can't tell if that was lightning or something else, but that was horrifying. Last time it looked like it... Oh, there's somebody. Oh, it's a scav. Oh, where'd the scav go? I accidentally aimed in at him, so that means, like, he automatically knows I'm here. It's a really annoying part of scavs. Please don't come around this corner, bro. Oh, no. Are you kidding? What is my luck? What are the odds? Ugh. Oh my god. Oh, what are the odds? 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 I should have just stood up and shot him, but I didn't expect him to walk next to me. I hate living, bro. Good fucking God. If you don't mind, Lorelai. Yeah, he just happened to walk up on me. I hit him for 285 damage. I hit him 11 times. How does that happen? Whatever. This game's ridiculous. Oh, he shot through my tier 4 armor with tier 3 ammo. That's cool. This game doesn't make any sense to me anymore. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I literally am not given a single fucking break. So have clips shown in reaction videos. What do you mean by that? I am tired, boss. It's just a continual, like, hours of getting my snatch kicked. I think we're gonna call it here, though. Not only am I not really having a fun time and Tarkov's being a massive bitch, but it looks like nobody really cared to stick around for stream. So if nobody's having fun, well, a few of you guys are kind enough, but it looks like everybody vacated. So if nobody's gonna really watch and I'm suffering, what's the point in playing? So we're gonna find somebody to raid out to. All right. Shut up. Fuck off, Amazon Music. We're gonna go raid Yari.
There's no.
Oh, God. All right. Well, you guys go have fun with Yari. I'll see you guys. Well, I'll see you guys on Friday. Bye, guys.